Say hello to the bad guy. It's me, your boy. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, good night, wherever you're at in the world. First and foremost, I can hear myself, so y'all let me know in the comment section if y'all can hear me. I got to check off some of this, what you would call it, some of this, some of this ring rust. I mean, it's only been what, about a week? I can't even remember last time we did the last show, but we are live. You are live with the box office hit. I got a live microphone, and that's a very, very dangerous game to play on YouTube. It's a very dangerous game to play with me, your favorite Cuban. Whether you love me or whether you hate me, no matter who you are worldwide or whatever the hell you consider yourself, one thing is for damn sure, you got to deal with me. I feel like that's going to be quoted somewhere in the future and shit. Whether you love me or you hate me, if it's one thing for damn sure about Kevin Impact, you got to deal with me. Top that. Y'all ready to have some fun? Smash that like button, relax, get you a cold drink, get you a snack, because we're about to make a big impact. Oh, yeah. Episode 16, City of Impact. Just want to come on here first and foremost, say thank you to every single person that has taken any second, minute, hour of their life to come on here and listen to my crazy ass and to be able to participate in, it's almost like a ritual, it's almost like a cult, it's almost like a gathering, no kills, no damage had mentioned us 2 3 weeks ago. We was hanging out and he said that we're kind of like a cult. And when he said that, I thought about that and I said, no, I don't see it. That the more I thought about it, the more it made sense. We really are kind of like a cult when you think about it, like an underground cult, an undiscovered cult. And in many ways, it's a blessing in disguise, you know. Um, and it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing, not just to have a platform where you can express yourself as you wish, but also when you are a part of something special like Call, something like JTV Wrestling, something like DVW and MPW, where you get the opportunity to be a part of something in which you bring change to this world. You create art, and we're not just doing that, we're also leaving track records behind us, a legacy. I keep saying that every chance that I get, whether I'm on commentary, whether I'm on, segment in the show or live somewhere, kind of like on here, City of Impact, or whether I'm on Heel Turn podcast. And big shout out to them boys over there at Heel Turn, by the way, for being our sponsor for today's show, as always. And it's a really great thing to be able to be a part of this. And I definitely want to come on here and continue to say thank you. Thank you for all that support. And I got my back turned. So I am going to look at the comments momentarily, whatever y'all want to ask me, whatever you want to say. But um, today we're just going to have fun. We're just going to kick the shit. This is our channel. This is our hour, our time to say what we want, do what we want. And that's what it's all about. I'm definitely going to be coming on here. I'm going to speak my mind about a couple things. One thing in particular, like it says in the description, that I'm going to discuss is the state of professional wrestling. In my opinion, the state of professional wrestling is in decay. Um, I'm definitely going to go more into that momentarily, but uh, Definitely smash that like button. Subscribe if you haven't. Got 10 people tuning in right now, checking out the channel. Want to thank y'all. So much love. I'm very honored and privileged that I get the opportunity to work with all the JTV talent and all the DVW and MPW talent. I think that first and foremost, I want to congratulate MPW and DVW for being able to put themselves on the map this year in a way that has never been seen before. Um, you know, nobody's perfect. No, no car promotion is perfect. I mean, there's going to be ups and downs. It's going to happen. But the ratings, uh, just the direction, the impact, if you will, that MPW and DBW has been making as of late, the noise, as I would like to put it in Kevin Impact style, has been amazing. I'm absolutely very proud and honored, and just in all, because just taken back by uh, just how Devin and Ray and Nick Kaikan and all those guys have been able to take this promotion, to take this channel, and to just completely flip it around, and it's really what I wanted, but I wasn't sure and I didn't know how soon it was going to come. So to see it just makes me really glad that it's happening. So a big shout out to them. And like I said, I have my back turned, so I don't know who's saying what. Momentarily, I'll turn around and see who's commenting, but it's really great that things just start to pick up. Um, I've only known I've only known Devin from across the street. You know what I mean? But I've known Ray, and when I say Ray, I'm talking about Ray Nakai. I'm talking about Burke Lawson. I'm talking about whatever the hell he calls himself, whatever they want to call him. He goes by a few names that you guys have known him. Ray Everett. And he's been busting his ass for a long time, since 2016, since I've known him to be successful in this, as well as myself. Um, I believe I've definitely been doing it longer than he has worldwide. But once he came on the scene in 2016, he busted his ass since day one. Ray had Ray had always had this creative side. I liked his titles, his arenas, and I liked his talent, his characters that he had, and I'm very proud on his behalf. Um, Ray beats himself up a lot to be the best, to be good, to be better, to be worthy, to be enough. Sometimes I think he beats himself up enough. I think that Ray needs to take time to appreciate himself and to understand how talented he is, how smart he is, and that he's made. I believe he's made a difference in call, for sure, for sure, for sure. Um, I got an opportunity, slight opportunity, to meet the one they called OG Wheezy. Hopefully, I'm not getting his name wrong. I think it's OG Wheezy. I believe he's social media figure, and you know seems cool from what I've seen. This is a great cast of people coming together, and that's what I like. Uh, Years ago, when I've attempted to try something like this, it didn't work out. I'm not here right now to bash anybody, although I could, and I wouldn't be wrong if I did, but that's not really what I'm trying to do. Um, my goal has always been, anytime I've been involved with communities and whatnot, partnerships, has always been, first and foremost, the better half well-being of Carl. Second to that, the success that we all make out of it. Third is, just me never knowing when I'm getting the hell out of call. CAW. So I've always wanted to try to be part of something positive, and things have not worked out in the past. Um, to a certain extent, I can't fully blame people who are just selfish and call and whatnot because you got to be tough to make it. That's just how it is, right? But you got to understand that um, I believe that you don't have to be so selfish. I believe that you can appreciate your fellow partners, friends, family, people who've been there for you, and grow together. That's just always been my mentality, to grow together and be successful together, to be a unit, you know, not to have alternative ego and go into business for yourself. You know, Vince McMahon went into business for himself, and I mean, we've seen how things turn out over the years. What I mean, with Vince eventually wound up paying for sex and everything else that happened. And I do want to say first and foremost that this isn't a PG show. This isn't for the soft-hearted. So to all my beloved PG era fans and whatnot who are easily offended and don't like honesty, don't like the truth, it's sort of like living in a bubble where they just don't want to hear what people like me have to say. They just want their views to be accepted. They want their way to be accepted, whether right or wrong. Uh, this ain't the show for you if that's the case. And if you plan to watch, listen with an open mind. Now, I wanted to come on here and I got the AEW and the WWE rosters open in the background. I wanted to come on here and share screen and go through the list and talk about what I think about everybody and what I think about wrestling. Unfortunately, last minute, me being smart, I realized that we cannot come on here because this platform and many platforms today are very delicate, soft, gentle, and just weird to where certain things you can't show. So, you know, big shout out to everybody in cancel culture. Big shout out to everybody who want to copyright that we cannot come on here and show WWE and the AEW rosters. We cannot do that because of copyright issues or whatnot. So what we're going to do is I'm going to be going through these comments with y'all, and I'm going to be telling y'all what I think based off of what I'm seeing, and we're going to go off of that. But while we are doing that, I don't see there's not going to be any issues for me to go ahead and get some footage up on the screen while we're doing that. So we're going to get some footage on the screen right now. Okay. So while we're doing that, um, here's a Corey Flash VIP 2017 No Redemption video package. While this is playing in the background, I'm just going to go off of the rosters. I'm going to go off of what I think. And honestly, like I said, you could hate me if you want to. What I'm going to say has nothing to do with this channel or JTV Wrestling. These are just my views. I'm not going to lie to you. Okay. Wrestling right now is worse than I've ever seen it. Maybe people feel that professional wrestling on television is doing good because they're making money and whatnot. I believe AEW is making money. WWE is definitely making money. But the thing about it is that in my opinion, I stopped watching wrestling since night 2 of WrestleMania 41, I think it was. Yeah, I could correct me in the comments. John Cena and Cody Rhodes match. Am I right? My memory is just getting all fogged up now. But yeah, it was Cody and Cena, and Cody and Cena at WrestleMania. Rock doesn't show up for work at all, you know, and with The Rock not showing up, first and foremost, I think that the company is comedy. The reason I believe that the company is comedy because first and foremost, you as a business, and I'm gonna try to watch my mouth. I'm gonna try to watch my mouth, but I care so much about wrestling that it just it pisses me off. It really, really pisses me off when you do business and it's like you don't think ahead, you don't plan ahead, you don't negotiate the right way. For The Rock not to appear at all, excuse me, Dwayne Johnson, okay, because The Rock is the guy that I grew up with No Kills and Chris Conscious and everybody from the Attitude Era that I used to watch that became my boy when Stone Cold Steve Austin went away. When we were watching wrestling on the USA Network back in the day. Um, I'm in an area with trains, so if you get trains in the background, I apologize. It is a hot day, so I'm trying to stay where it's most coldest. So if I got a train in the background and it annoys you, let me know, and I'll try to move away from it. Okay, that's a little heads up. But man, Rock just didn't show up at all. You get this whole angle. It wasn't a storyline. It was supposed to be a storyline. It was an angle. The Rock goes away, and the company couldn't do anything about it. To me, that's comedic. What are they doing? What is TKO doing? You as a business should be ashamed of yourself for putting that shit up and putting that shit out. It's just crazy to me. It's crazy to me that The Rock didn't show up the entire time. Dwayne doesn't show up at all. They messed up the whole thing, and then they had this really slow, terrible Travis Scott entrance at WrestleMania, which was unnecessary. If The Rock wasn't going to be there, there was no point to even bring Travis Scott out. And if you were going to bring Travis Scott out, you should have just had him run out. You didn't need him to walk to the ring and for us to be forced to listen to the same shit that had been playing for like an entire 2 months every single show, you know. And I just think that that's ridiculous. It's a poor way to do business. It's terrible. I'm gonna try to give these wrestling companies what little credit I can based on the positive things I think they've done. But besides making money, I don't see too much positivity. There's exceptions to certain things. What I mean, there's a few exceptions, and I'll try to go into them with the time that we got. But yeah, it just I just think that the wrestling is just shit now. And after and I did enjoy WrestleMania 41. I did enjoy the wrestling matches. I thought that they were amazing. It's just that the uh, the finish was terrible, and I just try to convince myself that after so many finishers and what they did to each other, that okay, so this is how you end the match. A really shitty spot with Travis Scott to take the crossroads, and then Cena just hits him with the title and just pins him. I didn't believe that that was going to be the end of the match because it wouldn't make any sense, and it was just like a really shitty ending. Cena did not need to win the WWE Championship, whatever the hell they call it now. He didn't need to win that title. It was just there was just no reason for that. So Rock never shows up. Cena turns heel. This is supposed to be something really dope, and it just falls apart because TKO doesn't know how to do business, and they are TKO because I'm not going to call them WWE because that they are not. Okay, y'all as wrestling fans need to stop letting them stick a finger in you. All right, unless you're into being a puppet, there is no reason that you should be allowing these wrestling companies to be putting their hand inside you like that, player. I mean, everybody to me feels like they're just asleep. Everybody's taking a nap, and nobody's sitting going, "Wait a minute, this shit is garbage." I'm not gonna support this. I'm not gonna be a part of this. This is terrible. And that's the problem I've been having with wrestling fans, and I've been having with the wrestling now that it's just so garbage. And has nothing to do with the attitude era. It has to do with just simply doing good business. you know And when I say doing good business, I don't mean making money. You know what I mean? I don't mean making money. Making money is making money. Any business, any job, any corporation can make money. That ain't shit. You can make money on the street selling drugs. You can make money. So it doesn't really matter. The money will be there. The quality, the quality, ladies and gentlemen, is what we need to focus on. That is the most important thing about professional wrestling is the quality. Okay. And it's like I want to say it's like a million different things that is just wrong with wrestling. And honestly, I don't think I'm going to be able to cover the shit in this video today. I don't think I'm going to be able to cover every single thing that's wrong that I think it's wrong with professional wrestling that I've seen. You know what I mean? And I've warned y'all because a lot of people not gonna like what I have to say. Some of you may agree, some of you may be like, "Yep, he's speaking facts, he's preaching." But I know a lot of people are gonna be like, "Oh, he's just hating, he's bitter, this, he's that." You know what I mean? It's none of that. And if you listen to this, I'll continue to prove it to you because there's nobody that can argue with what I just said. Everything I've been saying thus far about them doing poor business with Dwayne and TKO is factual, and it's not an opinion, and it's something that we all went through. They messed the whole thing up. Everything that they've been doing to me is comedic. To have Cena turn heel just to make him look stupid because you guys don't know how to do business with Dwayne or Travis, to then turn him to face, it just makes me laugh even more. It's comedic to me. And people just keep watching and supporting this shit. Oh, look, VIP, he got the hairy chest. Um, he's with Corey Flash in the car. I remember that. So yeah, I mean we're shooting this shit for sure, but it's just like there's so much stuff on my mind about this, and I've been wanting to speak out for the longest time about all this type of stuff that I don't even know where to go next. It's just so much shit to cover, so much, so much, so much, so much. You know, and I'm trying to go where I can. Oh, hold on. Now we're going into YouTube and shit. Um, yeah, so it's a lot of different things, man, that you I'm trying to get at because I'm trying to really understand like what is the point. Um Tony Khan over at AEW don't know how to do business for shit. Corey Flash got to meet him. Corey Flash got to interview him. Um he should have just smacked the shit out of him and dump him in the garbage, you know, because it just makes me wonder. You had CM Punk over there, and CM Punk said it himself to Hawaii in that interview he did that they're not in the business to make money, and I agree with that. Tony Khan's not trying to make money. Tony Khan's trying to get 5-star match when what he should be focused on is trying to create compelling television. Now, I don't watch AEW anymore. I stopped watching AEW long ago because I couldn't do it anymore. Somewhere around the time CM Punk left, I stopped watching AEW. I think the Young Bucks are comedic. Hangman Adam Page is comedic, but yeah, he's the current world heavyweight champion. So, what does it say about your wrestling company if your world champion is a clown? I mean, you tell me. Sounds like a freak show. You know what I mean? Um, I didn't know I was going to be getting stuck like this when I went on here. I'm stuck right now because there's just so much shit. There's just so much shit, and we're 25 minutes into this damn show, and this is insane. Let me try to get y'all some more JTV footage. Let me try to get y'all some more JTV footage, um, so that we could keep the ball rolling. Because I'm still gathering my ideas here. Um, where else can I go with this? I think I should probably just look at the roster. So, I mean, shit. Seth Rollins is the world heavyweight champion. I don't know why. Um, Seth Rollins took the title. Shit, I don't watch. I might need y'all help here. Cody Rhodes is the undisputed WWE champion. Cody Rhodes is the undisputed WWE champion, whatever that means. He took the title from John Cena at SummerSlam. Seth Rollins is the world heavyweight champion. Hold on, I'm confused now because I thought we got rid of the world heavyweight championship. I thought it was the WWE. See, this is where I get stuck. I don't understand. The title that Seth has is not the World Heavyweight Championship. It's a new WWE World Heavyweight title of some kind. Now they're calling it the World Heavyweight Championship. Cody's the undisputed WWE champion, which doesn't really make much sense because it's the WWE title. You know, it didn't merge with anything to make it undisputed. And in the past, the WWE has shown us, not TKO, that that WWE undisputed championship that Eddie Guerrero had back in the day, that damn thing came together. Why did the undisputed WWE championship come together? Come on. Do I have to teach all the wrestling fans today? The undisputed WWE championship came together because of the World Heavyweight Championship and the WWE Championship that came together to make it the undisputed title. Excuse my language. How the fuck does that make Seth the World Heavyweight Champion? I got to take a moment. I got to take a moment to think about it. It just doesn't make no damn sense. You know what I mean? So, moving on. Naomi's got the women's championship, which I think is amazing. Tiffany has another. Oh, excuse me. I apologize. Naomi has the women's world championship, and Tiffany has the WWE Women's Championship. Okay. Women's Championship and the WWE Women's Championship. Okay, emphasis. Tiffany is great, but she's a diva. Tiffany is not ready for the big time like we thought she was. As garbage as Charlotte Flair is, she made Charlotte look like a star. Tiffany Stratton made Charlotte look like a star by getting in there with her and them exposing how fucking green Tiffany still is. You was to think that a company would be smart enough to know the rights and the wrong, more or less. You put Tiffany in there with Charlotte at WrestleMania, whatever the hell they did. I'm gonna be ghetto with it. I'm gonna just throw it all over the place because there's so much for us to cover that we don't have time, and I just don't understand that. There was no reason that Charlotte Flair versus Tiffany needed to be at a WrestleMania. There was no reason Charlotte Flair needs to be at a WrestleMania anymore. This is someone who she is now at a stage where she should be managing. She should be an ambassador. She should be doing something for the company backstage. She should be a road agent. If anything, Charlotte Flair should be a manager right now. That's the best thing for Charlotte Flair at this point, to be a manager. She does not need to be in the ring. She's been 150 times women's champion now because of her daddy. So it's pretty fucking comedic. And I don't know what the fuck these wrestling companies are doing, to be honest with you. I was trying to figure it out. I went back to Netflix. I left Netflix because Netflix tried to be slick some time ago, and they pulled off this whole, well, we're going to charge you for sharing your account and whatnot. They love bringing up the rent, and they try to be smart about it. And then when people started leaving, they started panicking and said, "Oh, we're just kidding," you know what I mean? And slowly tried to work their way back to that, you know. And it's just amazing to me that Netflix and TKO and so many of these companies are into this scamming shit now. They're not about quality anymore. They're not about giving you good stuff. They're just scamming from left to right. People deserve better. Okay, you need to treat people with respect. Your customers with respect. All of y'all that are watching this and everybody worldwide who pays so much fucking money for all this shit. You know, I got a friend of mine in the comment section, VIP himself. Who I got a lot of love for that guy. Know him for a long time. Great wrestler, good friend. A little rough over the edge, but I got a lot of love for him. Nobody's perfect, and I'm sorry to put you on the spot, sir, but you're just an example of things that I've seen going on. Here's someone who's willing to pay $40 or more for ridiculous My Faction cards that come out every single year. These cards don't do anything for you. They're just bragging rights. They're just something to do when you're bored. You know what I mean? And it really plays no purpose with the exception of persona cards or whatever the hell it is that they do on there that'll give you skins or whatever you want to call it, costumes for somebody. Most of the time, you're just getting cards that are pointless. You're not getting an action figure sent to your house. You're not getting a what do you call it, a poster for your wall. You're not getting anything out of it. They're just stupid, pointless cards to scam you, to manipulate you, to trick you. And God bless him, but it's fans like him that don't see that. They don't understand the hidden hand that's moving within. That's there to steal. That's there to go, hey, look, uh, Triple H just touched this notebook. Give us $1 million for it. It's ridiculous, man. You know what I mean? And all these poor kids and these fans are falling for it. It's almost like they got a spell cast on them. You know what I mean? They just keep falling right into the hole. And they ain't gonna catch me with that fucking bullshit. But it's very unfortunate, and it is a big problem. It is a big problem, and these fans need to stop doing that because them doing that is the reason why 2K is scamming everybody because they know they don't have to work too hard. They could give you basic, and basic for the common PG WWE fan is OP. It's the best of. It's everything. It's the world to them. You know what I mean? And I don't mean to rain on anybody's parade or nothing like that. I don't mean to sound negative or nothing like that. I love to see people happy. Love to see people happy. Love to be positive. That's really my thing in this world. That's what I'm into, being positive and supporting my friends and supporting my family. But when I see shit like that and I know what's going on, it pisses me off. It bothers me. It's hurtful, and um, it's very unfortunate that these PG fans are buying into all that and just giving them what they want because they don't understand what they're doing. They don't understand what they're doing, and it sucks. It sucks because they're catching these kids from left to right. And what Kevin Impact is encouraging y'all to do is don't fall for it, man. Don't fall for it. Every year it's the same shit with the My Faction stuff. When are you guys gonna notice that? All this shit is about hype. That's all it is. It's just hype. I can understand maybe paying a buck or two for My Faction cards and whatnot, but when you're talking about $30, $40, $50, $60, maybe $100, all this other stuff thrown at My Faction. I know people who have spent $400 to try to get My Faction cards and whatnot. And I would say that it's different when you're making content for YouTube and whatnot. But when you're just doing it for the hell of it, just to have bragging rights, just to say you did it, or because you're bored, I got some fucking news for you, man. It's time to wake up and smell the coffee because you're getting played. I don't know how else I could put that. But let's move on from that. Let's continue. Going back, I mean, I got two different rosters that are open. Like I said, I was talking about WWE. Let me go. I mean, shit. I can't even say nothing about AEW, but I will say. Let me say some more about AEW, and then I can close that page out, and then we'll go to WWE. Like I said, Adam Page is their AEW World Champion. I don't watch. I don't know what's going on. I guess he had some kind of a back and forth with Moxley or whatever. Um, there's no other way for me to say what I'm trying to say without sounding like a hater or just pissing somebody off. I mean, Okada uh, is their AEW Unified Champion. I don't know what that means. It's a good looking championship title, but I don't know what that means. Tony Storm is their women's champion. I think Tony Storm is probably it's not probably she's one of their very top people in the company. So her being the women's champion is accurate. Same with Mercedes Monet, who's TBS champion. Two of the very best right there. Um, I don't think much, to be honest, of the TBS championship. I really don't. But I mean, it's a title that AEW prominently has showcased, and I guess I'm supposed to take it serious. Um, Sasha Banks, Mercedes Monet having that championship brings legitimacy to the championship. So I guess I will recognize it as an important championship. It also says here that Okada's the Continental Champion, another good looking championship. If it's one thing I'll say about AEW, they have much better looking championships than the WWE. WWE can beat AEW when it comes to championships. They have the best looking championships. I don't know about wrestling. There might be better looking championships out there in other companies than AEW, but in between AEW and the WWE, AEW wins. Uh, Hurt Syndicate, Shelton Benjamin, Bobby Lashley are the AEW World Tag Team Champions. Phenomenal. I think that's fantastic. Shelton Benjamin, Bobby Lashley, two of the most underrated talents of all time. Um, the WWE dropped the ball with Bobby Lashley and Shelton so many times that I don't have enough fingers to count them. Um, just two absolute legends, two top guys that should have been a bigger deal than how they was treated. Okada should have been someone that the WWE would have been willing to give a leg, an arm, and a leg for. How did they drop the ball and didn't get this man in WWE? I don't know. You'll have to do some digging. Mercedes Monet and Okada are two people that the WWE should have did everything in their power to get into the company, get Sasha Banks back, get Okada in there. And they dropped the ball with that. I don't know what this is. There's a faction called the Ops, AEW World Trios Champion. I love the concept of a Trios Championship. I think it's amazing. Very, very smart. Um, I'll get back to that. I see Samoa Joe, and I forgot the other guy's name. We'll get to him. It says here also that Kyle Fletcher is the TNT champion. I don't know bat shit about Kyle Fletcher. I've seen some of them sometime. Um, right now, he's a nobody. I think in wrestling and professional wrestling, it's about making noise. It's about establishing a talent and directing them the right way, not just booking them. Sometimes, a lot of the time, management should step in and go, look, we're going to take care of these people. We're going to try to make them stars. We're not just going to throw them out there and see if they're good enough, you know. But I mean, that's just how wrestling is. In JTV wrestling, I'm not out to just throw someone out there and not help them out, not give them advice, not give them a good promo, not book them the right way. All that shit to me is important. And I would think that in professional wrestling, it would be important as well. But they just it's not they don't share the same sentiment or whatever, you know. I'm going through the AEW roster now. I got to try to remind myself to keep looking at y'all's comments to see what y'all saying. I really do want to apologize because it's like going to be a whole bunch of comments that I'm not going to be able to catch up on. So y'all have to speak up amongst yourselves. But I'm gonna keep going here. Going through the AEW roster right now. Aaron Solo. I don't know who the fuck that is. I've seen him sometime. Don't know enough about him. Action Andretti. Good looking kid, good looking talent. I've seen him move, I've seen him work a bit. He's decent. Adam Cole, AEW dropped the ball with Adam Cole. Adam Cole was he's a very talented guy that should have been a major deal in professional wrestling. When Adam Cole came to AEW, I thought it was just going to change wrestling forever. But instead, Tony Khan just dropped the ball, didn't know what to do with the guy. Um, Alex Abrante. I've seen the manage. Don't know enough about him. Alex Reynolds. I think he was in he was in the Dark Order. He's all right. You know, it says here that Angelico is still in the contract to AEW. It says something about Spanish announced project. I don't know what that is, but Angelico, uh, I saw Angelico in AAA Lucha Libre Wrestling. And I saw him, I want to say, with Teddy Hart and Jack Evans. I might be wrong about that. I think I remember seeing him with them and in AAA. Always thought he was talented. He is talented. To me, he's a big deal. He deserves much more credit. And Helico is very, very underrated and deserves so much more respect that he will never ever probably get in wrestling. Cool Hand Luke and Angelo Parker. I think he's okay. Anthony Bowens, very, very talented from shit, I can't even remember now because it's been so long. The acclaimed Anthony Bowens. Great talent, like the guy. Uh, good worker, good mid card talent. Anthony Agogo. I've heard the name, don't know much about him. I'm sure Corey Flash knows more about that guy than I do. R Fox. I think I've seen R Fox work. If that's who I think it is, then he's very talented. Good mid card guy. Raya Daivari. I don't know who's. I think. I mean, he's either Davari's cousin, brother, whatever the hell he is. You know what I mean? He's decent. I've seen him. Austin Gunn, one of Billy Gunn's kids. I think he's a little cringe, a little weird, a little excessive. Here's a guy who you don't really want to keep the mic in his hand for too long. You know, you want to showcase him a little bit because he is pretty good talent, and you want to keep him moving. Bandido, Ring of Honor World Champion in AEW, good talent, someone who has been recognized. You know, I don't think that wrestling, professional wrestling, has done Bandito wrong. I think he's been successful. He's got a championship belt. Obviously, I don't really like the Ring of Honor titles. I don't know if those are new or what. I think that they look shitty, but he's talented, and I don't need to tell you that. The Redwood Big Bill, who's formerly known as Big Kaz in WWE. Talented guy. The WWE needs to do everything in their power to bring him back. And Enzo. You have to get Enzo Amore and Big Cass back together. These guys are important. They're more important to wrestling than Seth Rollins and Charlotte and all these trash ass PG mid carding pieces of garbage that y'all want to push that just have no talent, no charisma, have nothing to offer the business except some good matches. These guys are it. You need to get them back. Billy Gunn, man, Billy Gunn, Jesus Christ. Badass Billy Gunn still looks great. He's been doing his shit for years. It's amazing that Billy Gunn is still not just competing at the level that he's still competing in, but moving how he's moving. I got nothing but love for Billy Gunn and support for that guy. He is just a blessing to professional wrestling is badass Billy Gunn. Bishop Korn, he's in the gates of agony. I've seen him work a bit. He's a good looking kid, good looking talent, good looking tag team guy. They need to keep him in the tag team scene. I think he's great. I think he needs to just keep doing his thing. I think he's many, 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 many years away from being anything of a star, but he is great and he's on his way. He's positive. Um, Brandon Cutler, I remember that dude. Brandon Cutler's a good helping hand for any wrestling company. I thought he was just great for AEW. I think he's great for being a manager and having matches from time to time. Big fan of Brandon Cutler. I think he's fantastic. Brian Cage, it says here he's in the Don Callis family. Love Don Callis. Love the Don Callis family. Great concept. Brian Cage is underrated. He's amazing talent. You know, he can be a top guy. If I was writing Adam Cage, I believe, in my opinion, that I could write Adam Cage to be a very, very top guy. I got Ken Shamrock vibes from him a while back. Um, I thought that Tony Khan was going to look at this guy and go, he's money. We need to build on him. But instead, he went, oh no, Hangman Adam Page is the answer. I hate to break it to you, Tony. He's not the answer. He's a wimp. He's a chump. Brian Cage is the man. Brian Cage might not have a shit ton of charisma, but he is an amazing talent, and I see a lot in Brian Cage that I don't think nobody else sees. I see a massive talent in Brian Cage. Brody King, another good-looking talent. I guess he's related to Brody Lee. I should be looking at my comments. Um, so many people going off in the comment section. I even got Devin in the comment section, man. Shout out to all of y'all. Definitely keep doing y'all thing. Um, I think Devin's asking a question that I want to go back to. Um, I think I've already covered talking about OG Wheezy when I started the show. You might have to go back. I gave y'all shout outs already. My bad. I got Scott Steiner in the background real fast. But let me continue just going through this AEW roster. Brody King has a good look. He's got a good size. I think he can be a champion. He can be a star. Nothing about him yells main event talent to me. He's a great tag team guy. He's a great mid card guy. That's where you have to keep him. That's where he works best. Brian Danielson. Brian Danielson, one of the greatest of all time, absolute talent, made it into WWE even when Vince McMahon and the rest of that organization, that presents themselves now as WWE, that are TKO, try to hold him back and whatnot. Um, Brian Danielson is definitely going down as one of the absolute greats, world champion, this and that, yada yada yada. You know it all too well. My only issue with Brian Danielson is that after he retired, I just found out not too long ago that he came back, started doing stuff. I don't know what he's doing. Supposedly he retired, but I mean, if you retired, it means you get your ass out. I retired from JTV Wrestling. I haven't been in the ring since the last Ultimate Showdown in my match with Mr. Amazing, and I'm good with that. There's no reason that I need to be trying to rush back. You know, in wrestling, you never say never, of course. Same as Brian Danielson, same as Kevin Impact. I mean, on any given day, I could come back and wrestle anybody. But I just didn't like that Brian Danielson came back. I thought it made him look goofy. It made him look comedic to come back. I thought it wasn't a good look for him. Moving on, let me talk about Brian Keith. I don't know too much about Brian Keith. I've seen Brian Keith for a couple years now. I think that he's done an amazing job in AEW. He's an excellent manager. If I was in pro wrestling, I would love to have Brian Keith be with me. That's how highly I think of Brian Keith. I think he's amazing talent. We don't get a lot of managers in professional wrestling anymore, and that guy just knocks it right out the park. Buddy Matthews from the Hounds of Hell. Buddy Matthews is an outstanding talent. He's a great mid card guy. great tag team guy. Um, I thought that the WWE respected him more and noted him as a bigger star. I was wrong. I was wrong about that. They didn't recognize him at all. Uh, I don't think Buddy Matthews is near being a star yet. You know what I mean? I don't want to overspeak, but the thing about Buddy Matthews, which I think was Buddy Murphy in WWE, the thing about that guy is that he has potential. He's got a look to him. He works good in factions. If the WWE could get him back and throw him with Aleister Black, I think it would make sense. I'll say that. There's a guy here called Carly Bravo. I don't know who he is. Cash Wheeler and his partner in WWE, they were the Revival, I believe. Two great, talented guys, very, very underrated, deserve much more credit. I think they've had credit. They got respect in NXT and in AEW. They've made their impact. They're buddies with Bret Hart and been buddies with CM Punk and whatnot. So they've had their time in the sun. Do they deserve more? Maybe I think they could get a little bit more. I don't see them as anything other than just tag team guys. I think that the tag team thing is just for them, kind of like the Road Warriors and who else could I say? The Hart Foundation and like the New Day and whatnot. Like not everybody's really meant to be in the singles category. You know what I mean? Some people just work better as tag team, and I just feel like they work better as a tag team. The Revival. Chris Jericho. Um, I don't feel there's anything I need to say about Chris Jericho that we don't already know. I instead want to give credit to Christian Cage, Captain Charisma, my boy. I love Christian. Big fan of him to this day. He's been doing some solid work. He went to AEW, reinvented himself again. Um, I think he's done a phenomenal job over there. I stopped following that little storyline they had because I just thought it got stale, with him and that other kid and that woman, the blonde and whatnot. It kind of got kind of stale and I lost interest. But he's still competing at the top of his level, top of his game, and I got nothing but love for Captain Charisma. Um, I wish that I could say that I would love to see him go back to the WWE, but I don't have any hope of any vein of hope of any kind to want to turn on WWE ever again. I don't feel like I want to watch pro wrestling ever again. And I think that before I could turn pro wrestling on again, it's gonna take, I don't know, years, I guess. But I love Captain Charisma, man. He's just so underrated. Chuck Taylor, Chucky T, I love that dude. Big fan of the Best Friends. Him and Trent Beretta. I forget what they call him in AEW, but I think it was Trent Beretta. I might be wrong, but just amazing talent, man. Y'all don't understand how underrated these guys are. The concept of friendship, like, what a more positive, better message for you to send to wrestling fans than to have a best friends, not just angle storyline, but tag team. It's just amazing, man. It's amazing concept. The stuff they did with Orange Cassidy, I'm a big fan. I love it. Love all three of them. Orange Cassidy is another guy that I love. Good talent, good champion. Um, I you know, I think it would be amazing if the WWE was to be able to get Orange Cassidy in the future. I think it would be really great for the company. So big shout out to Chucky T. Big fan of his. Claudio Castagnoli, whatever the hell they call him over there. Y'all knew him in WWE as Cesaro. Um, Cesaro, great talent, great champion. I would really like to come on here and say that he was underrated and all that other stuff, but I've gone back and I've checked out old footage and I've taken a closer look at Cesaro, and he's one guy that I have to defend TKO on. and say that I don't think that they dropped the ball with Cesaro because Cesaro really wasn't that charismatic. I think where they dropped the ball at is that they took Paul Heyman away from him. That's probably where they dropped the ball. And they didn't know how to really market this guy. They didn't really know how to work Cesaro, you know. So that's that. Continuing on this roster, uh Colt Cabana. I don't like Colt Cabana. The reason I don't like Colt Cabana is because I think he was a fake friend to CM Punk. He sued CM Punk. I don't know why. It's not fair for me to assume because I don't know. You know what I'm saying? These days, a lot of people assume and just go with that, or they go off of what someone else said. I don't work that way. You know what I mean? I want to know what happened. And if I'm going to assume, it's going to be when I have good reasons to assume. But typically, I'm just going to go off of, just the truth. What really happened? What evidence do we have? You know? So I would say Cole Cabana is a pile of shit. And y'all could check him out this weekend on JTV Retro Slam, episode 7. He'll be there at the Stomp. He's going to be going up against Jeff Cobb. I'm pretty sure we got a lot of Jeff Cobb fans now, especially since he's in the WWE. I forget what he's called in WWE, but Jeff Cobb, uh, he'll be in the weekend show on Retro Slam, JTV Retro Slam also. Uh, Colton Gunn, that's Billy Gunn's other son. I think he's cool. He's all right. Good looking talent, good looking athlete. You know, he could talk unlike his brother. He's not fucking cringe unlike his brother. I think he's decent, you know, but he's years away from being a star. The rated R superstar, man, I love Edge. You know, there's a lot of people from the SVR era, a lot of people from Ruthless Aggression era who got nothing but love for Edge and just respect him to this day. And I'm one of those guys, you know. Dan Housing, very nice, very evil. Dan Housing, very talented guy, great character, great look, um, pretty decent wrestler. Um, and if I was in creative in AEW, I would have did so much more with that guy, you know. But man, he's just so talented and he deserves so much more from that company and from wrestling. Here's the guy y'all might enjoy me tearing apart. Uh, Daniel Garcia. I don't like Daniel Garcia. He's fucking cringe. He's weird. Um, y'all can feel however y'all want to feel, but I don't like that dude. I hate that fucking dance. I cannot stand Daniel Garcia. Don't like him at all. He's just terrible. That's one of the worst fucking talent I've ever seen in wrestling. Now I'll give Daniel Garcia respect as a wrestler. He's a great wrestler. Daniel Garcia is a great professional wrestler, but he's just overhyped like a motherfucker. Anybody could be a good wrestler. That don't mean shit. Especially these days, it don't mean shit, you know. But that dude is just so overhyped. I just can't deal with it, you know. Here's another guy right here. Dante Martin, man. This kid is nice. He could fly, he could move everywhere. He's got a look to him. He's fantastic talent. Big love on this channel for Dante Martin. And now jumping to Darby Allin. Darby Allin is not underrated. The company has recognized Darby Allin as a big deal. You know, they tagged him up with Sting. He did a few things in his career. He was champion. I think he was like, I don't know, continental champion or whatever the hell he did, you know, and Darby Allin is great talent. Um, I think Darby Allin could be world champion, but you have to like you got to build towards it. You know what I mean? One thing in wrestling that we're not good at anymore is we're not really good at building talent. We're not good at building talent, and that's the reason I don't watch that shit no more because we don't know how to build talent. And uh, but Darby Allin, I believe, could be the world heavyweight champion, but you have to build towards that. You can't rush it. You can't force it. You can't shove it down people's throats because then it's not going to be organic. You know, Darius Martin. Seen him around. Don't know enough about him to really say anything. And if I don't know who he is, that means he's got some work to do. Uh, Dralistico. I don't know who the hell that is. My first time hearing of Jalisco. Maybe I do know who he is. Maybe he's going under a different name. Don't know. Dustin Rhodes still holding it down. The natural. You know, I grew up with him as Goldust in wrestling and Dustin Rhodes in WCW. Um, he's been underrated since the day he was born. Now, I go out on a limb. Dustin Rhodes in WCW fucking sucked. That was not a lie. That was factual. Um, but you know, they could have did more with Goldust in the WWE for sure. You know, it's just that with the stigma and the way they was built on them. You know, um, typically I want to say someone who was gay coming up in the '90s because in the '90s you got to remember it was all kind of behind closed doors. Now it's just all out in the open. And I think the company may have been in a way. I mean, Goldust or Dustin Rhodes is not gay, but he played a gay character, and you know what I mean. The company has been racist in the past, and or at least showed signs of it in the past, and homophobia in the past, and whatnot. You know, and I don't know if that had anything to do with them trying to hold him back. You know what I mean? I personally didn't mind Goldust doing the gay stuff and being flamboyant and being bizarre, as he put it. Like I thought it was great. I'm definitely a very very big fan of Goldust. Loved him on the video games. You know, when I started wrestling in call, I started on WWF Warzone, and I was a rookie along a guy called Rocky Maivia who went on to be The Rock. Both of us were rookies on that video game. Goldust had been established. He had been on WWF In Your House. It was his first video game that he was in with a few people on the PlayStation 1. Y'all correct me. I don't know if I don't think In Your House was on N64. I think it was just on PlayStation 1, but he was fantastic talent always, you know, and he worked with top talent. You know, he worked good matches with Stone Cold Steve Austin and Undertaker and Shawn Michaels and Mick Foley. So I got a lot of respect for I got so much respect for Dustin Rhodes. Notice how long I've been talking about him, you know. So, but moving on, that I mean, y'all are killing in the comments. I appreciate it. Keep on going. But Eddie Kingston, man, I got love for Eddie Kingston. I think he's great talent. You know, Eddie Kingston could be cringe sometimes, but he speaks right from the heart. I don't know if he's from Jersey or New York. I've seen them rock the Yankees fit from time to time. I got nothing but love for Eddie Kingston. Eddie Kingston is like the modern ghetto Mick Foley to me. Evo Uno. I've seen Evo Uno in the Dark Order. I think he's a decent character. I think he's all right. That's all I can say about him. Grief Garrison. I saw him tag team with uh, I can't remember who he tag team with now, but I think he's a good looking talent. He has a look to him. He's a good worker, but he's got still a lot of work ahead of him. Hologram, I've heard about that hologram dude. I don't know him. I don't even know if I've seen him wrestle. I think he's a great concept. I think he has a great character. We need to continue pushing mass wrestlers for the modern era. I'm a big fan of luchadors, lucha libre, face paint, and all that type of stuff. I think is healthy and amazing for professional wrestling, especially when you got just dry ass people like Seth Rollins and like Kevin Owens. Like I don't get me wrong. I respect Seth Rollins' talent. I really do. It's just that he's just so PG, so overrated, so like everybody's perception, not everybody, but a lot of people's perception of Seth Rollins that he's nice, and I don't agree with that. I don't think he dope as fuck. I think he's garbage. I think he's generic. You know, he's very basic, and I think the same thing happened to Kevin Owens. Kevin Owens is very, very basic, very generic. Sami Zayn is very basic, very generic. You know what I mean? Jay Uso used to be generic and basic until he was like, yeet. And then the whole world just went nuts for that dude. You know what I mean? So he did his shit. But Seth, I mean, what worked for Seth is the chant that he has, the music that creative gave him, his talent in the ring, and his look. He has a flamboyant, crazy look. I mean, all that is what keeps Seth Rollins relevant. Because if he didn't do the stupid shit that he does, and if he didn't have TKO and Triple H up his fucking ass so deep, he wouldn't be anybody. Seth Rollins wouldn't have made it in wrestling. He would have been tag teaming in NXT with fucking uh whatever that dude name is, Nathan Fraser, whatever the fuck. That's the dude who trained him. Or, I don't know. He would have been tagging with that dude on NXT if he wasn't with Roman and all these guys. He wouldn't have been shit. Okay, you could take that however you want. So when you put a mask on someone or face paint or whatnot, you're introducing a character there with that. You know what I mean? And Seth is one of those guys that, I mean, Seth doesn't need a mask at this point. Everybody knows Seth Rollins. They know how he is, who he is. The dude is talented. Whether I like him or not, it doesn't matter. He's talented. I just, personally, I don't like the guy. I believe he's fucking garbage. And I wouldn't put Seth Rollins in my top 30. I don't even think I would put Seth Rollins in my top 50 top guys in professional wrestling because he's just not there yet for me. And the reason Seth is not there is because much like Charlotte, they've been bolted to the top. They've just been told, look, we're gonna put you at the top, this and that, rather than them proving themselves to me to be a top star. You know what I mean? When Seth Rollins was world champ and whatever for the last time he had it, that was because the company wanted that. You know, it's not because he was a convincible champion. Even though I give the guy respect for working while he was hurt and all that. Same with Roman. I'm not gonna lie about Roman. I'm not gonna lie about Roman at all. But Roman dealt with leukemia and all that type of stuff. So I give him and Roman respect. I do. I'm not gonna hate on them. I don't like Seth, but I'm not gonna hate on him. So moving on. Hook over at AW. Let me see how many people's on here. We got quite a few people on the fucking AW roster, so we'll see if I could give you my opinion on everybody and then flip the script on this. Says we are 1 hour and 9 minutes into the show. Smash that like button. Uh Hook is talented. He's many, many years away from being a top guy, being a star. He's got a lot of work to do. He's Taz's son. Championship belt looks good on him. He's good talent. He has the look. I don't think he could talk. Hook is someone that needs to be with a manager. That's someone that needs someone by his side. And when I say manager, I'm not necessarily talking about a guy because if I was booking Hook, I'd have him with a female. I'd put a girl manager with him or something. Someone who could talk, who's good on the mic. Someone like Tessa Blanchard. I would say someone like Tessa Blanchard would be excellent to be with Hook. Whether it was his girlfriend or whether she was his manager, I think that if I was over at the AW Creative, that's how I would handle that. I definitely would have been trying to get Tessa Blanchard on my roster for sure. Um, Despite critics, and public opinion on her and whatever racist remarks she had not too long ago, that almost got her ass canceled for a bit. Um, Isaiah Cassidy from Private Party, you know, don't got much to say about the guy. Talented. He was moaning a while back. He's like, doing some shit like that on top of a production truck or whatever the hell that was, and I started liking him more around that time. That's all I can really say about the guy, Jack Perry. I think Jack Perry is a joke. He embarrassed his father, who's an absolute pop culture legend. Um, and The way he handled his situation with CM Punk was very, very childish, very unnecessary, very cancerous towards a business and wrestling promotion. And that's all I really want to say about that guy. I want to go to Jay Lethal. Jay Lethal is one of the most underrated, underused talents in professional wrestling. Watched him in TNA. Love Jay Lethal while he was over there. You know, he did his shit in Ring of Honor. He's in AEW, whatever. Um, Here's a guy who's just great, and so much time has gone by. It's a shame that professional wrestling hasn't been better to Jay Lethal, because instead of Seth Rollins, that guy should be the world heavyweight champion right now. You know, that's the type of respect that I have for Jay Lethal as a talent. And speaking of talent, Jay White, uh, I guess I had heard rumors before Jay White Switchblade signed with AEW that he was going to go to WWE, blah blah blah, this and that. You know, I wish I can tell you man to man, or man to everybody else's opinion, that um, WWE dropped the ball by not signing him. I mean, TKO, I've lost all faith I've had in TKO. So Jay White is good talent. He's top talent. Jay White is a top star. You know, Jay White is to be mentioned up there. I mean, let me not overspeak. Let me think real quick. I think Jay White has the potential to be like a Kenny Omega. I'll say something like that. Jay White can be kind of like a Kenny Omega. He's a top star, top talent that would have been good if the WWE would have signed him, but they wouldn't have done nothing with him, because, as that company's proven to us time and time again, carrying Cross and everything else, they just dropped the ball on everybody. So I don't think they would have done nothing with Jay White, you know. But it would have been good if the company would have signed him and would have done something with him. Oh, it would have been amazing. It would have been amazing for that company. So I got a lot of respect for Switchblade, and I've only known him for a couple of years. There's some of y'all in the comments that know him much longer than I have. You know what I mean? And know him more in depth, who have watched him in Japan, and watched him maybe in Ring of Honor. I'm not sure if he was in Ring of Honor or not. Like I said, uh, but the guy's been around. He's talented, and I'm a big fan of Switchblade Jay White. And Jay White is actually going to be on JTV Retro Slam this weekend as well. He's going to be going up against Evil from Japan. So look out for that. Jeff Jarrett, Double J, very underrated. Here's a guy that the internet, loves to make fun of this guy, and I can't figure it out, because, it's almost cringe and weird to me, because if you ask me who Jeff Jarrett is, Jeff Jarrett is a former WCW World Heavyweight Champion, sweetheart. That's a top star. He's a big deal. I didn't recognize Jeff Jarrett as a big deal when he was in the WWF. He was the Intercontinental Champion, and he was with Deborah and whatnot, whatever, right? But he was talented. When I saw him go to WCW when I was in school, that company helped me understand that Jeff Jarrett was a top star. And not only was Jeff Jarrett a top star, but Jeff Jarrett can wrestle. And not only could Jeff Jarrett wrestle, but the motherfucker could talk. He's a total package. So where is the hatred for Jeff Jarrett? And why? You know what I mean? Now these wrestling fans, these cringe ass wrestling fans of the modern era, they like taking the old guys and just making fun of them and laughing at them because they still hang around in the business. But more than half of your favorites can't even fucking draw, or they can't sell, or they can't carry the company. All they are is just put in position. That's it. It's like a baseball player being put on the field, but they don't know how to fucking play the game. It doesn't equate to anything significant for the team. All you are is just another body. That's it. Jeff Jarrett helped put TNA on the map. These are just facts. As much as you want to hate or not, TNA today, in my opinion, is the very best wrestling company in the world, at least in America. I can't speak for Japan and whatnot. In America, I would say that TNA wrestling is number one. Second, obviously, I would say it's going to be WWE, obviously, and then third will be AEW, and then there's everything else. But TNA Wrestling is the only company that I see that is trying to do shit to grow, that is trying to do shit to make sense. And I'm proud to say that my last show that I went to was a TNA show because I'm not going to waste my money on no fucking TKO or none of that bullshit. So um, the only WWE event that I've been to was the Hall of Fame with DX going in, where Bret Hart got attacked. That is the only WWE event that I've ever been a part of. I've been to AEW for the opening day. I've been to TNA 1000 or whatever the hell it was. Good stuff. And nonetheless, Jeff Jarrett, y'all need to stop playing and give that man his flowers. Give that man more credit. No Jeff Jarrett, no TNA. Period. And he helped WCW. He's a big deal. That is a world champion star is Jeff Jarrett. And I give him all the credit and respect in the world. Moving on. John Silver, good talent. Johnny TV, John Morrison, he went by a few names. Underrated, good talent, should have been world champion, should have been utilized and respected more by the WWE while it was still around. Moving on. John Moxley, you know, used to be a good talent, became a bum, really just destroyed his career with alcohol. But I'm not gonna pick on him for the alcohol. I'm gonna pick on him just because I feel like he's really made a bum and a chump out of himself. Um I guess maybe what he's doing now is dope. I don't know. I don't watch. So I can't speak on that. It wouldn't be fair if I did without watching, but I think that Moxley was the AEW world champion. He had the opportunity to become a big deal. And he had me convinced for a bit that he was going to be the next Stone Cold Steve Austin of wrestling. And I was wrong. And I don't know, he did something to his look, and it wasn't the going bald thing. It was definitely not that. I don't know. He did something to himself somewhere. He just got lost. And now he's just a mid carder. That's all he is. He's just another body in AEW. That's it. I don't think much of him. Josh Alexander, the lethal weapon or whatever they call him, walking weapon, I think. He's great, man. I saw him live. Um, Good talent. He could talk. He's got the look. He can do it in the ring. Nothing about him shouts superstar. You know what I mean? He's just like an amateur wrestler type of guy. He's a good mid carder type of guy, but he's still great talent. And that's all I can really say about that guy. Josh Woods, don't know him. Juice Robinson, a lot of y'all got a lot of love for Juice Robinson. Y'all know him from Japan. I know how talented he is. I know how fucking cringy he is. He had Tony Storm. That's now over with, and that's as much as I could say about Juice Robinson. Uh, Shibata, I seen Shibata a few times. Good talent, yada yada yada, this and that. I think he's great, good mid card type of guy. Um, I think y'all already know how I feel about Okada. I talked about Okada. It should be a crime in wrestling how professional wrestling in America has dropped the ball with Kasusuke Okada. It's just I don't get it. I don't get it because here's a guy that you can build an entire franchise around that guy. You know what I mean? Okada, just like Nakamura, could have been the modern day Bret Hart, but These companies just don't know how to do that. You know what I mean? And it is what it is. You know, at the end of the day, I could say anything on here, it won't matter. You know, the ball was dropped with him. The ball was dropped with Keith Lee. Keith Lee was very, very talented in NXT. Came over to AEW with momentum. Tony Khan didn't know how to address it. Moving on. Kenny Omega. I mean, I would like to say that Kenny Omega is an idiot for not signing with the WWE, but I mean, I, I can't. I can't say he is, you know, because looking at Kenny and everything that's happened, I would have rather stayed with AEW. So he made the right choice. But I mean, Tony Khan, I mean, with the exceptions of a few matches and angles in AEW, besides that, Tony Khan, I don't think has really utilized Kenny Omega the way he should. Kenny Omega is a top star. This is a top guy. Kenny Omega is not a mid Carter guy. He's not a low budget talent like Seth Rollins or somebody like that. Like this is someone important in wrestling. You know what I mean? Kenny Omega matters. This guy is important. And I don't know, man. You know, there's just no noise. No noise is being made with him or Edge. Who else did I say? Okada. Like, we should be hearing about them and it should be important. If the New York Post is not talking about them, then AEW is not doing their job. Period. Same with the WWE. And I mean, it should matter. It should be important. Uh, I see someone by the name of Kevin Knight. I don't know who he is. Kill Switch, who used to go by what was his name? Big Dragon guy, the dinosaur guy. Luchasaurus, I think it was. Luchasaurus, interesting look to him, good talent, very good work in the ring. I can't say that the ball was dropped on him. I think that he's just good talent, and I think he's had his time in the sun. Kip Sabian, good looking athlete, good talent. All I can really say about him. Commander, I don't have much to say about him. Good talent, good worker. Here's someone else that I want to highlight. Konosuke uh, Takeshita, whatever the fuck they call him, Takeshita, Takeshita. Uh, he's great, great talent. He has a great look. He reminds me of like the '90s to 2000s type of Japanese type of wrestlers. So I like him a lot. I think that he's really good to be with Don Callis, who a lot of people might not know is Cyrus the Virus from ECW, who has always been good talent, a good talker, good manager. So big shout out to him. Kota Ibushi is another guy. I don't know. It's I mean Kota Ibushi's on this roster. That's amazing to me because I've not seen them on any AW video recently or nothing, and no important angle, no important match. So if we got Kota Ibushi on payroll, what the fuck are we doing? And I mean I don't know. That dude is talented. He could be world champion. He really can. You know what I mean? If they haven't had Kota Ibushi versus Kenny Omega for the world title in AEW already, I don't know what the fuck they're waiting for. Kyle O'Reilly. Kyle O'Reilly was in the Undisputed Era. Undisputed Era was very popular in NXT. You know what I mean? A lot of y'all are big fans of Kyle O'Reilly, this and that. I'm a fan of Kyle O'Reilly. At one point in time, Kyle O'Reilly was making me believe that he was going to be the modern day Bret Hart because he was so damn talented, and everybody just kind of dropped the ball on that dude. You know what I mean? Vince McMahon dropped the ball on him, um, and Tony Khan because nothing really has been done with him besides a few angles and matches. I mean, but you know, it is what it is, I guess, right? So Lance Archer, I don't like Lance Archer. I think he's just fucking terrible. He's very generic. Um, I remember Lance Hoyt in TNA, thought he was all right. He went to AEW, and AEW absolutely exposed the fuck out of Lance Archer for how fucking trash he really is. And People like this guy. You know what I mean? He has a lot of fans. A lot of people do support Lance Archer. I am not one of them. And moving on. Lee Johnson, don't know nothing about him. Lee Moriarty, don't know nothing about him. Leo Rush. Leo Rush, I mean, talented guy. He could talk, he could walk, he could do it all. You know, the one thing I will say about Leo Rush, I just don't respect him no selling the table spot he did in that indie video. He had been either power bomb or power driven through a table in one of the indie shows. And right after he went through, he got right back up. No sold it. I don't respect that. We had a similar situation with John Morrison, and I don't know if y'all remember Austin Aries. Austin Aries had to do a job, I guess, for Morrison, and then right after he got up and no sold and he left. I don't remember, don't know what happened there, but it's not how you do business. You know, when you're in wrestling, you protect the industry. And if you've never tried wrestling in real life, you really have um you're in no position to say anything. I you're not even in a position to call it fake because it's like, who are you? You know, you haven't lived that lifestyle. You don't know how tough it is. I've been in a wrestling ring. I've had the taste for it. I've seen the dark side of the politics side of wrestling with me being in there working with a guy and having my trainer argue with him and argue with someone else that was with us that was training. You know, I've got the opportunity to train with someone who had worked with the Road Warriors and whatnot, and I respected and appreciated my time to get to know them. I got to see some WCW. I guess I didn't know them, so they were definitely not on TV, but they may have been in the power plant or something like that. Some guys that they brought in, luchador wrestlers that got to work in front of me, and for me that meant a lot. That was dope, and I cherished that. And I found out when I went to go train, I found out the truth, and the truth is professional wrestling is not fake. It's not fake at all. I used to think that um the whole, you know of course it's planned. Professional wrestling is definitely planned, but it's a risk to take because not sometimes not everything goes according to plan. Plans change. You know what I mean? And I thought that certain things were easy in wrestling when it comes to the physicality of it. I'm telling you, everything in wrestling hurts. Everything. All the bumps, running the ropes and everything. You feel everything. You understand everything. It all hurts every time you're slamming on the mat, every move, everything. And wrestling is not just grab and move. It's it's a mathematical equation. To do one move, it takes 10 steps. That's what I found out about professional wrestling when I got the opportunity to train a little bit back in 2017. You know, after my mother passed away, uh, I needed to do something with my life to cope with the pain. You know what I mean? And going into the wrestling professionally was something that I ventured for a little bit because I said, if I don't do something, I'm going to lose my mind. So it was something crazy that I tried, and I enjoyed my experience. Um, so I don't respect Leo Russ like that, but he's very, very talented. The Butler from Tony Storm Luther, I think he's great for wrestling. I think he's a great personality. He's got a good look to him. He kind of looks like Gangrel, but I think that just like Keith, the other guy that I mentioned earlier, the little bald guy, great, great manager, man, great. Mansoor is the guy who used to tag team in that I forget what they were called, the stylist guys that were in WWE. I think they're all right. You know, I don't have nothing to say about that guy. I'm looking at someone. I don't know if I should talk about him because if I do, I'm gonna get some hate. You know what I mean? Oh, even Corey, even Corey's tuning into this shit. But uh, oh man, Mark Briscoe. Y'all are not gonna like me for this. Um, I have very little experience with the Briscoe Bros, but I recognize them. I know how talented they were together and how important they were to professional wrestling. I know that they made a lot of noise in Ring of Honor. Um, I thought it was really tragic and sad what happened to his brother. Um, and personally, I don't really like Mark Briscoe. I don't apologize for that. I think Mark Briscoe is a little cringe and he's kind of a bum, kind of like Mox. I just don't like him, but that's only my opinion. You know what I mean? As a talent, I think he's great talent, but I really wouldn't do anything with him in wrestling. I'm not gonna lie about that. So if they don't ever do nothing with Mark Briscoe, I mean, I can't say that he was underrated. He might be a little overrated, if anything. Mark Davis. I don't know who that is. Mark Sterling. Mark Sterling used to manage Jade Cargill in AEW. He got a good sort of um, what's the word I'm looking for? I mean, he's got sort of like an industry look to him. He kind of reminds me of like a NBA coach, and that's what I like. AEW has managers going around. That's another thing where they beat the WWE on that. They got managers, and it's healthy for wrestling. So Mark Sterling, I think, is great. I think he's healthy for pro wrestling. He's great. Mark Quinn was the other guy that was in Private Party with the other guy I mentioned earlier. Um, Another good talent. That's all I can really say about him. He hasn't done enough to really impress me. Mason Madden is the other guy who teams up with Mansoor. And the stylist team, I mean, the fashion guys, I don't have much to say about them. They got work to do. Menard, Daddy Magic. Nice one, Tony. Daddy Magic. Uh, Being with that weirdo Chris Jericho who don't respect women. And that's why he lost my respect. Uh, Kevin Impact ain't got too much to say about Matt Menard. He's a little fucking cringe. I like seeing him getting his fucking ass beat and preferably seeing his face smashed in, like Mojo Jojo. Matt Seidel. Now, here is a top star. Here's a talent. Here's a guy who worked with Randy Orton and sold the shit out of the RKO on Monday Night Raw. Here's a guy who Vince McMahon should have sucked this dude's dick. Take that however you want. Here's a talent that Vince McMahon should have absolutely did everything in his power to keep this guy around. But instead, he let him slip through his fingers. Kind of like should I say it on the air? Should I say kind of like Janelle Grant Juice? Oh shit, I already said it on the air. Oh well. Um yeah, I mean Matt Seidel, Evan Bourne, man. You know what I'm saying? Coming off of the ruthless aggression era, going into that SVR era. Evan Bourne, Matt Seidel, absolute good talent. A lot of love for that dude. Makes me sad that wrestling hasn't been better to him. Um, I absolutely think that before he gets older, the WWE should have vested interest in taking Bronson Reed and all these trash ass wannabes off TV and bringing in Matt Seidel. We want Evan Bourne back. Bring Evan Bourne back. Put him on TV. Don't put him in that fucking stupid ass speed championship scene and none of that shit. Have him have his opportunity at some gold. If you don't have any creative plans and Triple H is sitting there going, well, we're making money, man. You know, then I would say try to do what you can to get this guy. I don't know. Corey was watching the show earlier. He might know what Matt Seidel's contract is right now. I don't. But whenever he's free, the WWE needs to get Matt Seidel. Let's move on. Matt Taven. I have nothing to say about Matt Taven. He's a fucking jabroni. Moving on. Matthew Jackson. Young Bucks, just like his brother, just like I said. A bunch of clowns, a bunch of toxic ass company destroyers. We've seen a few cocksuckers like that in CAW, entitled little bitches who, think the world owes them something and want to bitch about everything just because they got EVP roles or whatever the fuck it is. You guys ain't nobody, man. I mean, you guys were supposed to be structuring the tag team scene in AEW, and you did a great job with it at first. You were putting it on the map, and Matthews and his brother. The Young Bucks are very, very talented. They were healthy for professional wrestling for many, many years, and the Young Bucks, they held it down. They were amazing. I was a fan of the Young Bucks. When I saw the Young Bucks the first time in person, I was like, these guys are money. You know what I mean? It's a shame that the WWE doesn't have them. When the CM Punk thing went on, and I saw how much little fucking bitches they are, along with Hangman Adam Nutsack Page and Tony Bitch Ass Khan, it was pretty clear to see that they were all chumps. So I don't have any respect for the Young Bucks as men. As talent, they're phenomenal. Moving on to someone better than the Young Bucks, Max Caster. Max Caster is a talented guy, great rapper, great talent in professional wrestling, great worker, great champion. Everything about this guy is phenomenal. It's great. It's fantastic. Big fan of Max Caster. Michael Nakazawa, great backstage guy, great road agent guy. You know what I mean? Funny guy, great talent. You know what I mean? So a lot of love for Michael Nakazawa. Mike Bailey is a guy that gets mentioned a lot. A lot of y'all like him a lot. You've seen him. I think it was Ring of Honor that he was in and whatnot. So I know a lot of people that I know love Speedball Mike Bailey because he's so talented. I've seen Mike Bailey work. I think he's very fucking generic. I think he's very basic. I haven't heard one thing from that fucking dude on the mic that had me go, he's nice. So I can't say Mike Bailey's garbage, but I don't think much of him. Nothing about that guy shouts superstar. He's I would if I was to call Mike Bailey a mid Carter, I feel like I'd be giving him too much credit. In my opinion, you can feel however you want about that. Someone more important than Mike Bailey to me is Mike Bennett. Kind of sounds like Mark Bennett a little bit. Mike Bennett, talented guy, loved him on WWE with Maria Canales, who's also phenomenal talent. And I feel like she's much more important in professional wrestling than Charlotte Flair and the New Day and the Shield and all that. To me, Maria Canales is much more important to professional wrestling than any of that bullshit. Okay, I would say, okay, I'm not gonna say that because now I'm saying stupid shit if I say that. But I stand with everything else that I just said. But Mike Bennett, uh, great talent, man. You know what I mean? WWE dropped the ball with him. He got released from Maria. I thought that they were going to do something with him. Maria and him did get a push for a little bit. They had that little love couple thing going on, and the company just fucking dropped the ball. You know what I mean? I put that on Vince McMahon, bitch ass. MJF. Let's talk about MJF. MJF has been popular for the longest time. You take MPW. Um, MPW has had their MJF. Feel free to put his name in the comments. Y'all know who I'm talking about. They had their version of MJF. Um, I believe that MPW, and this is virtual wrestling we do here, has done a better job with their version of MJF than Tony Khan has with him. What's his name? DFJ. There it is. So MJF is a phenomenal talent. I've seen MJF in person. He could fucking talk. He's edgy, which I fucking love about that dude. He's just perfect. This guy is perfect. He's the type of talent that I like. To be edgy, to be able to say fuck y'all and fuck your family. I do whatever the fuck I want. I speak my mind. You gotta respect that shit because it's not PG. It's not manufactured. You know what I mean? And that's what y'all should be looking for as wrestling fans. You should be looking for that. You shouldn't be looking for fucking Seth Rollins and all this trash ass shit that they shove down your throat until you like it. You know what I'm saying? Newsflash. When they shove something down your throat in prison long enough, you start liking it, sweetheart. That's the case with TKO. Stop letting them rape you. And I apologize to anyone for the word I just used, for anyone who has experienced hardship with that topic. I apologize for that. That I will apologize about because all of us whether it was you or someone in your family experienced grief from that topic. So I do apologize for that. But please stop letting TKO put something in your mouth and you tell them I don't like it, I'm not into that, and they go swallow it like it. It's good shit. Stop doing it. Stop doing that to yourself. Okay. MJF is what a superstar should be. MJF has the look, the talent, and the mic skill. The problem I have with MJF right now, um, my problem that I'm having is that MJF, kind of like Brock Lesnar or any one of these trash ass human beings that just sell themselves for the fucking money. If you know MJF stood in AEW for security because Tony gave him all this fucking money. By all means, I'm not gonna hate on it. Get that fucking money. You know what I mean? Get that paper. But at what point in time do you go, wait a minute, my character means more? You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, money is money. What about my the legacy I'm leaving behind? You know what I mean? That's why I come on here and I'm not afraid to lose subscribers and fans and all this other stuff. I speak my mind because it's better than me coming on here and being a fake YouTuber and all this other shit. You know what I mean? And suck up to y'all. I'm not gonna suck up to a damn soul. I'm gonna say whatever the hell I want to say, however the hell I want to say. If you don't like it, tough shit. That's just what it is. You know, that's what we need in this world. We need that type of attitude, and we don't get enough of that. And MJF decided to stay for the fucking money instead of going to the WWE. Not that they would have did anything with him, but I just felt like it would have put his name on a higher pedestal. You would have had the opportunity. I mean, he could have worked John Cena. He could have retired John Cena this year. And instead of us cringely, unnecessarily being forced to Cena winning the fucking title and all this trash ass shit with The Rock and Travis Scott, instead of that bullshit, we could have just had MJF versus John Cena. MJF could have been the last guy to retire him in the WWE, which, I mean, Cena's career is done. I guess he fucking retires this week. Y'all let me know in the comments. I don't fucking know, but, I just feel like everybody, including MJF, dropped the ball. There's no noise being made. I'm not talking about MJF. Now I'm talking about MJF, but I don't look for MJF anymore. I don't feel any energy from him, no hype of any kind. He's just done. His fucking career is just like he's just back to mid card now. I guess he was doing something with the Hurt Syndicate or whatever the fuck, but I mean, it's whatever at this point, so there's nothing going on with that dude. You know what I mean? And I blame him for that and Tony Khan. Absolutely. Let's move on to Brody Lee. Rest in peace, man. Brody Lee, oh man, just talent, man. Talent, and his son, Brody Lee Jr. I think he's the future of the business. I hope I'm right. I hope he's not going to grow up to be some soft, offended Seth Rollins PG fucking, offended over everything little bitch. Hopefully he's going to be a grown ass man like his dad and following the footsteps of people like Bray Wyatt and Eric Rowan and them. You know what I mean? Who, in my opinion, protected the business because they were a throwback to guys like Jake Roberts and whatnot, and Terry Funk. So I like Brody Lee Jr. Love Brody Lee. Rest in peace. MVP. Everybody knows that wrestling dropped the ball with MVP. I mean, he's an old man now. There's no point to even stress about it. You know what I mean? Him being in AEW, I think is good. Him being on payroll, they cannot go wrong at all with having MVP in the company because MVP is an opinionated guy like me. He's going to tell you what it is. He's going to speak out. And when Triple H Hollywood and TKO was being racist to the Hurt Business in the WWE, and they wanted to do more, and it wasn't in Triple H's vision and TKO's plan. The guy left. It wasn't about the money. He went to AEW. He went somewhere where we can actually get back and hit the resume button on when wrestling matters. MVP is living in the when wrestling matters. In the WWE, I mean, they didn't give a shit. They just want to be racist to him and you know, the Hurt Business. But let's just hate on Hulk Hogan, right? Anyways, Nick Camarado, I've heard the name. I've seen him a little bit. I don't have much to say about that dude. You know, Nick Wayne. It says here Nick Wayne is the Ring of Honor World TV Champion. First and foremost, Tony buying Ring of Honor is for bragging rights. It's just so shit. You know what I mean? Because it's like Ring of Honor was respected. Ring of Honor was around when me and No Kills was still figuring ourselves out in the SVR era, ruthless aggression era. You know, Ring of Honor was around. If I think back about Ring of Honor, I'm thinking about Jamie Noble. I'm thinking about Roderick Strong. You know, I'm thinking about CM Punk. I'm thinking about Samoa Joe. You know, Brian Danielson. You know, there's a lineage of respect, honor, and there's a legacy there with Ring of Honor. And Tony Khan decided to acquire this asset and add it to his repertoire, a repertoire that he thinks he hasn't tarnished, but he has. Tony Khan was a guy that I respected. He was a well dressed gentleman who I thought was coming into the wrestling industry to just produce the type of things that I wanted in wrestling that Vince McMahon couldn't give me anymore. Tony Khan, when me and Corey Flash went out to Vegas, and I got an opportunity to see the monster at the time that was AEW. And I say monster because it was a monster. It was feared by the WWE. There was intimidation, you know. I thought that Tony Khan was going to be an excellent promoter. And up to that point, you didn't see Tony Khan on the show. You didn't see him in the spotlight. You didn't see Tony Khan fucking anything up because Cody Rhodes was over there and, you know, it was more structured and whatnot. Now you'll see Tony Khan whipping his little dick out on TV and run around with Martha Hart and all this shit, if we can even call it that. And, you know, just showing off and being really arrogant. When the whole stuff with Chris Jericho happened, when someone decided to speak up about what had been going on, Tony Khan arrogantly addressed it while wearing sunglasses and he had Tony Storm's little flurry little hat on. You know what I mean? And you know, he just kept exposing more and more of himself. And more of the outlandish, clownish shit that he did on TV, it just exposed him. Tony Khan accidentally exposed himself as a chump. And, you know, it's an unfortunate thing, but that's what happened. He made the shits out of AEW. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I think I'm losing my thought here. Let me go back. Let me go back. Um, Nick Wayne. Well, what I was really trying to say was Tony Khan having another Ring of Honor show. I mean, I can't really speak on it, but from my understanding, Tony Khan holds AEW shows or pay per views or whatever it is. If anybody could tell you guys, it's definitely Corey Flash. I don't know because I don't watch the shit, but you got a lot of titles running around, man. You know, I feel like if he's gonna have Ring of Honor belts, and if he's gonna have Ring of Honor shows, or should I say, if you're gonna have titles, you should do more. You should do more with it. Take time to really put more production into Ring of Honor. You know, that's all I can say about that. I can't say enough because I don't watch, so it wouldn't be fair. Nick Wayne, I don't have much to say about Nick Wayne. I saw him with Christian. I think he's okay. I think he's a little fucking jabroni. I don't think much of him, to be honest with you. Orange Cassidy, I said what I said. Uh, Santana's boy, I forgot his name. It says they're calling him Otis on here. I don't know what the fuck happened there. Or Ortiz. I said Otis. It says Ortiz. I saw an S. It's a Z. Um, Ortiz, good talent. He's all right. I'm a big fan of him. You know what I mean? But I'm not gonna sit here and blow smoke up his ass and say that he's nice as shit. You know what I mean? And I'm a fan. I'm a big fan of him. And I'm not gonna say that because it's not what I really believe. I'd be wrong if I said that. But he's talented. Him and Santana belong together. They were great. PMP, whatever the fuck they were called. Um, that's all I can really say. Pac, who we knew in WWE as Neville, talented guy. Vince McMahon dropped the ball with Neville. You should have never let him leave. Don't understand what happened there. Talented guy, world champion material. The WWE needs to try to get this guy back if they're trying to produce more compelling, better weekly television, in my opinion, because it's in the shitter. And we still got time to get to that. This hour has gone to AEW. So I'm going to finish this hour going to AEW. In the next hour coming up, we're going to go to WWE. And I'm going to take questions from y'all, whatever y'all want to say in the comments. And we might have some people coming here, okay? So continuing, Paul White, Big Show, great talent. If he is still working for AEW, I think it's great that they still have him on payroll. And if I was Tony Khan, it would be in my best interest to keep that guy around. Maybe do more stuff with him. Maybe put him in a more healthy TV role. Or maybe you could keep him as a road agent. He could be backstage giving advice. I think that's what he's doing these days. Peter Avalon. Peter Avalon is talented. I remember seeing him, liked the guy, had a good look, reminded me of Ravishing Rick Rude. I think Peter Avalon is fantastic talent. He's probably underrated. Powerhouse Hobbs, big fan of Powerhouse Hobbs. Love the look, love his attitude, just everything about this dude is amazing. Here's a guy who should be the world champion, not Adam Page and none of these fucking jabronis that they're trying to push. And that's someone that the WWE should be fighting for their lives to steal from AEW, in my opinion. He's outstanding talent. Outstanding talent is Powerhouse Hobbs. Preston Vance, seen him, don't know him. Prince Nana, big fan of Prince Nana. Swerve when you drive. Love this dude, fantastic talent. Prince Nana was at a territory in New York that I was supposed to go to way back in the day when I was trying to get into wrestling. And because I had a conversation, I think it was with Howard Finkel when I had called. I called. Was it Howard Finkel? It was Howard Finkel. I called Connecticut. I don't know. I think it was like 2005 or something like that. I called. What was it? WWE headquarters or some shit. The WWE headquarters when it was in Hartford. I called them and accidentally I got Fink. I think I got Fink. I didn't get Fink first. I got a girl who talked to me and she said, World Wrestling Entertainment, how can I help you? I said, I'm trying to get into the wrestling. We talked a little bit. She said, okay, I'll transfer you. I'm like, shit, that was easy. So when I got transferred, I talked to, I think it was Howard. And I met Howard in person in 2001 at the WWF New York restaurant with my brother, who used to wrestle in JTV as Player One. Y'all don't know that yet, but there'll be tapes of that later on this channel. If anybody knows that, it's definitely No Kills, No Damage. God bless him. because he's wrestled the guy. You know what I mean? And No Kills used to love trolling the shit out of my brother when he was player one. He, you know, there was a Survivor Series match that happened. Long story short, with those two guys, they just went at it, and No Kills just kept beating his ass, and you could tell that my brother was getting pissed. You know. So, but anyways, I called, or should I say, I met Howard when I was out there. He was great to me. He signed my Stone Cold Steve Austin drink cup. You guys might remember it, the straw that came out of Stone Cold's head, and he was great to me. Love Howard Finkel, absolute legend. So when I got him on the phone, though, I wasn't like starstruck. I was just like all business. So when I got to talk to him, I asked him what were the requirements or whatnot. At the time, they were taking tapes and stuff like that. You know, gave me a little bit of advice. So good times. You know, absolute good times. And when I had been trying to get into wrestling, sometime after that, there's a place that Corey might know about. It's called the New York Wrestling Connection, and I remember them. I remember going on the website, reading about their roster, seeing a few people. Prince Nana was one of the guys that was there. So, had I pursued it, chances are me and Prince Nana probably would have had some history if I would have met him there. Um, Prince Nana has always had a great character. He's a great manager, great talent, great speaker. Prince Nana is more charismatic than most of the top guys in the WWE and in AEW, and that's just for a shoot. Take it however you want, but that's just what it is. He's outstanding. Um, let me try to close this hour out for everybody else. I think Ricochet's a piece of shit. Fuck Ricochet. He's a little bitch. He's very childish, very immature on social media. You don't argue when you're a top talent in the world. You're a famous public figure in wrestling. You don't argue with people on Twitter and tell them to suck your dick, man. You know that's just so childish, and that's why I lost respect for that dude. He's a chump. You know what I mean? The only thing good about Ricochet is his wife. Moving on, Roderick Strong, absolute good talent, underrated for many many years. Watched him in TNA, seen him a little bit in Ring of Honor. Just great talent. And one thing I didn't know for years about Roger Strong is he was even in WCW for a little bit, and I didn't know that. So loved him. Great in NXT, great in the Undisputed Era was the best thing he ever did in his life. Just absolute good talent. Rush, whatever they call him. You know, Spanish guy, great talent, good look. Um, he's got some work to do still. You know what I mean? Sammy Guevara, don't like him. I think Sammy Guevara is a little bitch. You know, little toxic, little immature bitch like the Young Bucks and whatnot. And that's why I don't respect him. I've seen Sammy wrestle in person too. Um, Great talent. You know, he's great talent. Good looking kid, but he's just a little bitch. And for him to cheat on his girl to go with that other bitch that he calls a wife, and I don't really respect that. I think that's horse shit. You know, so I don't got respect for Sammy Guevara. Samoa Joe, one of the absolute goats. Love him as Sweet Tooth in Twisted Metal. I'm getting ready to start watching again the second season. One of the absolute greatest talents ever in the entire history of pro wrestling is Samoa Joe. Extremely unlawfully underrated. Should have been world champion multiple times in the WWE. Should have been someone that could have retired John Cena. Absolutely the shit before Seth Rollins, anybody else. This man is just Samoa Joe's the man. I can't tell you enough. Huge impact in TNA wrestling. One of the true faces of TNA wrestling. Um, I mean, shit, you know, absolute goat, goat. When it comes to Samoa Joe, I'll put Samoa Joe over Roman Reigns. Take that however you want. You know, Roman Reigns is under Samoa Joe in my book. Samoa Joe is over a lot of the top people in the WWE, in my opinion, right now. We're gonna go to them in a bit. The big dude, Satnam Singe. I don't think nothing of him. I think he's fucking garbage. Moving on. Scorpio Sky, underrated talent, great look, great talker, great tag team guy, great championship looking guy. good looking athlete to be a champion, great magazine guy, just the absolute best, one of the absolute best for sure, for sure. I don't know what they're doing. I guess I heard he came back to AEW television. Hopefully, they're pushing him the way he deserves. But previously, up to this point, he has not gotten the flowers that he deserves. That is an absolute bona fide world champion in the making, is Scorpio Sky. Uh, Serpentico, seen him a few times. I think he's all right. Don't know enough about him. Shane Taylor's all right. Seen him a few times. Talented. Sean Dean, don't know him. Shelton Benjamin, I already said what I said. Sanjay Dutt, underrated, great talent, great superstar. Great mid card guy. You know what I mean? He deserves just a little bit more respect. He's gotten somewhat respect, TNA respect to him. He just needs a little bit more respect in wrestling, just a little bit more. Um, it says here they still got Sting on the roster. I don't know what the deal is with that. I guess he still got Legend deal with him. If he does, I think it's smart of Tony Khan. I don't think it's good of Tony Khan, um, because Sting at this point, he should be able to do business with anybody. Sting should be able to go to WWE, TNA, AEW, anywhere he wants to go. And because of, I guess, this Legends deal, whatever that's in place, Sting can't do nothing else. Sting is at the point where like he's up here with Hulk Hogan now. Anything can happen to Sting at any moment. God bless him. Love Sting, one of the goats, greatest of all time. Still to this day, if you ask me. So I think it's very selfish that Tony's trying to hang on to him. I think Tony should take care of him. I think Tony should allow him to do whatever the fuck he wants. Stop holding him back because you're not going to do nothing with him in AEW anyways except make money off him. So I don't respect Tony for that. Shout out to Sting. Swerve Strickland, absolute good talent, good world champion. Glad they gave him the world championship title. Deserved better while he was in the WWE. This guy is someone that's more important to wrestling than a lot of the top guys and that are in the business right now. Absolute pure talent is Swerve Strickland. Beast Mortal, don't know much about him. Seen him a few times. He's all right. The Blade. Uh, Let me see. Okay, I see both of them. The Blade and the Butcher. Great tag team. Great. They've done their shit in the business for a long time. Great tag team. They've done fantastic in AEW. Um, they should probably try to go to WWE. I think if they went to WWE, they would work good mechanically in the system of the WWE, because the WWE, despite the fact that we're going to get to it, it's the drizzling shits at this point. Um, they still produce good tag team stuff, good tag team matches and segments and programs. So I think that Blade and Butcher should go to the WWE. I think they've done all right in AEW. Toya Leona, Gates of Agony. I've seen him. I think he's all right with his tag team partner. He's got some fucking work to do. Tony Nese, very underrated. Good talent. Deserves so much more in professional wrestling. Um, just don't know. If I was running AEW and I had Tony Nese on my roster, I would produce him kind of like as a Steve Corino or a franchise Shane Douglas. That's how I would attempt to produce Tony Nese, and I would do the same thing with Lexus King and uh, um, Ethan Page. As a matter of fact, if I had the opportunity to be in wrestling, I would like to have all three of them in a faction. You know what I mean? And I'll probably have Orange Cassidy with them and shit like that. Like I'll try to make it fire. Truth Magnum. Don't know him. Seen him a few times. I guess he tags teamed with Turbo Floyd. Um, I seen them. They seem all right. They got work to do. Wardlow is someone who's fucking overrated. Just like Lance Archer, just two overrated guys. Wheeler Yuta, whatever the fuck, is another overrated guy. These are three people who the machine got behind them way too fast when they don't have it. It's not there. They're only good for mechanics. They're only good for the mid card. They're much better for squashing and jobbing to more important talent. That's just my opinion. Last person on the guys is just Will Ospreay. Uh, Good talent. I think Will Ospreay speaking out on certain things, doing certain things, kind of expose him kind of as a chump and a clown. and I really don't like him no more. Don't really respect him. Um, I, maybe it was by accident that that happened, but he exposed himself, and me witnessing it was not a good thing. So I just don't like that dude no more. But he's phenomenal talent. Absolutely is Will Ospreay for sure. Let's see if we can finish up. This is it's a lot of women here. I'll try to go as fast as I can so we can finish up AEW. Alex Windsor, don't know her. Anna Jay, absolute good talent, good looking woman. She could talk. She's the whole package. She's definitely a plus for not just AEW but wrestling. Athena, Amber Moon in WWE, good talent. She's got that Ring of Honor Women's Championship. I think that's amazing. That's fantastic. That's positive for the company. Uh, Glad that she's still around. Britt Baker is one of the biggest stars in the women's division of all time. AEW showcased some of that. Professional wrestling has not quite gotten there yet. She needs to go to WWE. She needs to go to the big time. She needs to go over there so that everybody can understand the difference between someone like Charlotte Flair, who gets produced as a top star to the audience, and then you have someone who comes in and actually is a top star, who has it in the ring, who has it on the mic, and has the look and carries themselves as an actual grown up person in professional wrestling that is trying to be a plus to the industry. That is what Britt Baker is. Absolute one of the biggest stars of all time. If Britt Baker went to the WWE, I would put her up there with Trish, Lita, and everybody who was ever mainstream in any women's division. Britt Baker is that, and then some. Same with Deonna Purrazzo, who I got an opportunity to see in person. Absolute bona fide megastar. Um, I Deonna Purrazzo is more important in professional wrestling than the Shield, straight up, and any one of these other people. She is an absolute asset to the pro wrestling business. People don't understand how underrated she is and how talented she is in that ring. She's got the look and she could talk. She is just phenomenal. Huge fan of Deonna Purrazzo. Diamante, she's all right. Little talented. Seen her work with uh shit, I forgot her name. Spanish girl. Um, I can't remember her name. She was in Lucha Underground. Puerto Rican girl. I can't remember her name. Shit. But Diamante, she's somewhat talented. She's all right. You know what I mean? Emi Sakura, talented. She's a throwback. She kind of reminds me of Bull Nakano. I think she's amazing. She's fantastic talent. She needs a few rounds with the championship. She needs to move around a bit. Um, if I was TKO, I would be trying to get her to come to WWE to take on Asuka and Io Sky and what's the other one? Shit, I can't remember the other girl. I said Io Sky. I said Asuka. The pirate girl. What the hell is her name? Help me out in the comments. Shit, I can't remember her name. Pirate girl. Uh, all talented, and I would try to get Emi Sakura to come in to work with them because it would be amazing television. You know what I mean? And when you produce that, you can't produce that on like promos and stupid shit like that. When you produce Emi Sakura going against somebody like Asuka and whatnot, you got to let the wrestling do the talking, and then you have to have the right people around it that can sell it. You know what I mean? Promo wise. Harley Cameron, I've seen this girl a few times. Talented, good looking woman, great talent. She's good for the diva thing. She's good for promos. She's good for segments. She's good for storylines. She's good for hosting. She's good for being, doing outlandish stuff like that. And she's all right in the ring. Uh, Hikaru Shida, good talent, top talent, worldwide phenomenon right there. Ishida, great. WWE should be doing everything in their power to get her. She's just phenomenal talent. Don't know what they're doing with her in AEW, but I think they've done phenomenal job with her in AEW. I do. Uh, Jamie Hayter was on the road for a little bit. Good looking woman, good talent. We got to refocus with Jamie Hayter. I don't know what we're doing. Julia Hart stepped up a lot. She went from being just the girl that I saw on AEW Dark to being this talented on-screen persona that has grown. She's been doing a phenomenal job. I think Julia Hart is amazing. Camille is another one that's amazing. I got to see some of her in on YouTube, Empower Wrestling, whatever it was called, in the NWA. Uh, Great talent. I think she probably needs to go to WWE. I think it was fantastic that they put her with Mercedes Monet. I thought it was great. Good TV. It ran its course. Karen Jarrett, fuck Karen Jarrett. She stabbed Kurt Angle in the back. I never liked Karen Jarrett as a person, but she's edgy, she's controversial, and she's made an impact in wrestling. So I do give her respect for that. You know what I mean? I probably respect her more than most most of your top favorites in wrestling. That's for sure. Kiara Hogan, good talent, good look, yada yada yada. That's all I can really say. Uh, Chris Statlander, absolute top talent, worldwide superstar, needs to go to WWE. This is a top star in the making right here. She's just phenomenal. Leah Gray, can't say much about her. I know who she is. I know she was with Jay Cargill for some time, but I haven't seen enough. She's got some fucking work to do. Madison Rain made a huge impact in TNA. Great talent. It's really what I could say about her. I don't know what they're doing with her in AW. Marina Shafir, whatever. Um, I guess she's running around with mocks and stuff. I like it. I think it's great. I've seen a little bit of her work. I think she's pretty good. I can't give her too much credit, but I think she's pretty decent. Megan Bain is a big name in wrestling, in my opinion. Top star right there in the making. She had. I feel like she has it all. Looks. Uh, the one thing I don't know about her is if she could talk. That's the one thing I don't know. But everything else she has. Mercedes Martinez speaks for herself. I guess she did some Lucha Underground. She's been all around. This is a huge name in the Spanish community. Women's world champion caliber type of star is Mercedes Martinez. Same as Mercedes Monet, which blows my mind that Tony has two Mercedes in AW, but that's just what it is. And much like Mina Shirakawa, all three are very, very talented. It says here Mina Shirakawa is interim Ring of Honor, interim Ring of Honor Women's World TV Champion. I didn't know they had that. I remember they had like an interim women's champion thing, whatever. But I, the purpose of that, I have no idea why they have that title. But anyways, all three of them are talented. Mother Wayne, um, all I could say about that character is she's done all right on TV. That's all I could really say. Nyla Rose, prior to those out there who have beliefs that I have some sort of hatred uh, with a certain community, um, I actually am a big fan of Nyla Rose. I think that he's fantastic talent. I think he's done a fantastic job of crossing over into appealing, presenting himself as a female to the world. Um, he is just absolute great talent. Love watching him work. Love this style. He has sort of like this Indian Taino type of thing to him. And I'm a fan of Nyla Rose. I think Nyla Rose is fantastic. And I would probably be the only promoter brave enough to try to shoot for Nyla Rose going for the world championship. I wouldn't let Nyla Rose run the whole agenda thing. If I was running AEW, I'll shut that shit down quick. But in terms of talent, in terms of being a great wrestler and whatnot, absolutely Nyla Rose. I think I could have fashioned Nyla Rose to be the world champion in AEW. I think so. I think I could have done that slowly. Penelope Ford, to me, was just a fucking bimbo for a little bit. She was with, I don't know, somebody once upon a time. Oh, it was Juice Rob. I can't even remember. She was with somebody at first, and then she did her own thing, and then she oh, it was I can't remember the guy's name, but she hung around for a bit. I think she stepped up. I think she's doing good work right now. Is Penelope? So Queen Aminata, big fan of her, great talent. She's got to keep working, but she's great talent. She's on her way. Rebel's another one. This is someone that I met in person along with Brooke Tessmacher. I think Rebel's good talent. She's great, good looking woman. Not woman's champion type, you know what I mean? But she's a good helping hand. She's good for being a manager. She's good for being an on-screen character and stuff like that. Red Velvet has the Ring of Honor Women's World TV Championship. Jesus Christ, Tony, what the fuck are you doing with these titles? You unbelievable, man. Red Velvet is all right. She's sort of talented. She's a pretty good worker. All I can really say. Riho, good talent. Love her look. Love her attitude, her spirit. Good talent. Ruby Soho, another good talent. You know what I mean? They kind of dropped the ball with her a little bit, but I mean, Ruby never really was too charismatic. So it's only so much you could do. But the stuff she was doing back then with the videos and whatnot, we need to try to go back to that, in my opinion. Serena Deeb is another top talented woman in wrestling. Just phenomenal, man. You know what I mean? The WWE dropped the ball with her. Vince McMahon did. And she got some, decent respect in AEW. Sky Blue is another star on the rise. She's come a long way. I remember seeing her, just a pretty girl on the way up. She stepped up a lot. She stepped up a lot. Good talent in the ring. She got better. Same with Tay Mello. You know what I mean? Good talent. Stepped up a lot. Don't like the bitch anymore, but I give her respect for being good talent. She fell off. You know what I mean? I guess she's working back to it. But I respect Taya Valkyrie more than I respect her. Here's another good talent. I don't know if she's still married to John Morrison or whatnot, but she's great. Great. Great talent. Needs more credit. Who's this? Thekla? I don't know who the fuck that is. Thunder Rosa, huge star, women's champion caliber, needs to go to WWE. Tony Storm, GOAT. You know what I mean? An absolute GOAT right there. Willow Nightingale, another GOAT. Good talent. Her style, she found her place in the business. She was able to come up and she's been making an impact ever since. I see a really good looking girl by the name of Yuka Yakazaki. I don't know who she is. She's good looking. I need to learn more about her. And just closing with AEW, so we can go to WWE. We got who do we got on? We got broadcast team. We got Alex Marvez. He's all right, a little fucking cringe. Alicia Atot is great being on payroll. I'm gonna skip through the rest. Jim Ross, keep him on payroll. I don't like Excalibur. That motherfucker is cringe, but he is smart. Uh, who else do we got? Lexi Nar is great. Good work. Nigel McGuinness is there. Another great. God bless Renee Paquette, an absolute GOAT for sure. Smash the like button for her. And Taz, Tony Schiavone, great assets to the company. Aubrey Edward, great referee. We could leave it somewhere around there. I guess Jerry Lynn is on payroll still. That's fantastic. So that's the end of AEW. Let's take a moment. Let's take a moment. All right, we still got comments going on. For anyone that has questions momentarily, please drop these questions or remember to bring these questions back up. Don't pose them yet. Save your questions because we're going to start asking for them in a bit. Okay, I don't want to get lost here. Although I might be able to scroll up and find anybody that had questions, but let's see. All right, let's get down to the juice now. We've left AEW. Let's go to WWE. Hear my honest opinions on the product, on the business, on everyone that's there signed. Let's take a look here. Adam Pearce. Adam Pearce, great general manager, great on-screen persona. I guess he was a pretty good wrestler. Phenomenal. Adriana Riso, saw a little bit of her, I believe, in NXT. I could be wrong. I think she was running around with Tony Nese and them. I think she's a good-looking girl. She's got some work to do, but I don't see her as a talent. I see her as just an on-screen manager. So I think she needs to just stay as a manager. AJ Styles, I mean, this is one of our guys right here. You know what I mean? Goosebumps to see AJ Styles go back to TNA and come out to that, get ready to fly. But the WWE dropped the ball with AJ Styles after the Royal Rumble. When AJ Styles came out at the Royal Rumble, with Roman Reigns being in the ring, I thought it was amazing. After that, losing to John Cena for no reason, all the PG version that he became, all the stuff that he did, the really shitty fucking Bullet Club version that they had in the WWE, all that shit was a flop, man. AJ Styles in the WWE was a flop. AJ Styles as the WWE champion was a flop. Everything he did in WWE was a flop. It was terrible, horrible, just that drizzling shits. Akira Tosawa, love the work he's done with Chad Gable and that storyline. I like Akira Tosawa. He's kind of like the modern day Kaientai kind of thing. Um, he's a pretty good wrestler. You know, he's a better on screen persona. You know, what I mean, he's good for just the funny segments and stuff like that. So they're using him the right way. Alba Fire, not sure what the deal is. I would have kept the other girl, would have fired her, but I mean, they saw something in her. You know what I mean? Maybe it was a certain dick she sucked. Who knows? But she's still around. She's involved with Chelsea Green, which I think is excellent for television, and I think it's great. Alistair Black, one of the greatest of all time. Here's a guy who should be world champion right now. Fuck Seth Rollins and Cody and all this other bullshit. Put the belt on Alistair Black. You know what I mean? And try to have him sort of gather his faction in the WWE. You know, uh, if Alistair Black was coming back to the WWE, what I would have did with him is I would have put him with the Wyatt Sick because the Wyatt Sick fell off. So having him go with them would have reinvigorated that interest in the Wyatts once again that TKO and Triple H dropped the ball with. You know, but I mean, they have what they have. You know, I guess he's running around now arguing with people backstage, whatever he's doing. I couldn't tell you. I don't watch, but he's phenomenal talent, and I hope that this time he gets the respect he deserves. Alex Shelley, Chris Sabin, two of the greatest tag team of all time. Love Motor City Machine Gun. Got to see them live in TNA before they signed with the WWE. Loved them. Big fan. Terrible entrance music in the WWE. The WWE should be trying to get the TNA library. Not, I mean, if you're not going to buy it, at least get a license to use their TNA track because your version fucking sucks. They are two underscored, underrated talent who deserve so much more respect in that tag team division. Um, y'all can hate me as much as you would like to hate me for saying this, but in my opinion, I believe that the Motor City Machine Guns are more important to professional wrestling than the Bloodline. Take that however you want. I don't care. The Bloodline is okay, but Motor City Machine Guns mean much more to wrestling. The work that they did for TNA, the foundation that they done laid for TNA wrestling back in the day, X Division matches, you name it, that's fundamental. What the Bloodline is doing is just more like it's whatever, you know. It's building towards the future. You know what I mean? I wouldn't say it's shaking the WWE. It's made WWE more entertaining, but I wouldn't say that it's shaking WWE to its core. It's giving them too much credit for me to say that. Moving on, Alexa Bliss. Alexa Bliss went from being phenomenal talent in NXT to doing excellent work on TV with Bray Wyatt, and now she's just in a shitty fucking tag team with Charlotte Flair that is just an absolute waste of time. There is no reason Alexa Bliss and Charlotte Flair need to have those tag team titles at this point in time. It is a waste of time, and they should be focusing on other talent that need the airtime. It's just absolutely fucking garbage. If you want to do something interesting, try putting Alexa Bliss with Aleister Black and the Wyatt Sick, and now you have compelling television. Easy, easy fix. Let's move on. Alicia Taylor, great announcer, much better than Samantha Irvin, whatever the fuck her face is. She's a chump too, you know what I'm saying, for leaving. She just exposed herself as a clown, just like her husband. And I don't have any respect for that bitch no more. You know, she's a little kid. She's just a toxic drama queen, and she's just a chump. Alicia Taylor is the real deal. This woman is excellent. She carries herself with class. I don't see her putting her fucking ass on Instagram. You know what I mean? She's just does her fucking job. She looks crazy some fucking time, but she does her job. Andrade, the WWE has dropped the ball with Andrade once again. I'm not surprised by it at all. It was expected. Here's a phenomenal talent. Here's a guy who should be more than speed champion. But the company felt otherwise. You know, um, Andrade is on the road to getting released. That's what I see. That's all I could really say. You know, Andre Chase has done a great job with the Chase University stuff. He's phenomenal on-screen character. He's a great talker. Big fan of Andre Chase. Great guy. Angel Garza and his boy Berto. Pretty good tag team. They're all right. You know, I like that they sent them over to AAA, whatever they got going on. I think that that's smart on WWE's part. I think that they should implement a certain roster for AEW for for AAA, excuse me. You know, just to keep it good. And a couple of weeks ago, No Kills No Damage mentioned something. He said that something that I like that he said. He said um, that they should do the same thing with TNA wrestling. If you notice in TNA, the WWE, excuse me, not the WWE, TKO allows TNA to use certain people, but they don't really give them anybody good. You know what I'm saying? What are we so afraid of? You know what I mean? When it comes to MPW and the new partnership that I have with MPW and DVW, I'm not afraid to send any fucking body to any fucking show. You know what I mean? If we're gonna do smart business, that is. If we're gonna do business together the right way, I'm all for it. You know, and it's been the case in the past. Um, Meanwhile, the WWE, and by the way, I do know the mathematics of me doing that. I do, but the WWE just, it's like they're afraid of somebody getting ahead of them, and I guess that's just business. You know, I guess that's how that shit goes. But you know, if this is somebody you're doing business with and working, shouldn't it be in your vested interest to have them do well as well, to keep shit popping over there? You know, so no kills, no damage. Saying that, I do agree with that. I do. And moving on, Street Profits. Don't know what they're doing with the Street Profits. Angelo Dawkins, I think it's okay. He's a pretty okay wrestler. Um, that's it. That's all he brings to the table. He's a good worker. I mean, but he doesn't really bring anything else to the table. Besides being in tag teams, there's nothing else he could really offer the company because he's just not that type of guy. He is not a singles guy. He's a tag team guy. And if you take him out of that scene, I think he's just going to wind up getting released because he doesn't have nothing else to offer unless he can figure something out. Uh, so being with Montez Ford is very important. But Montez needs to do his thing as singles and be world champion. And for too long, they've been holding this kid back. And instead of us trying to figure in that we're going to put the belt on Montez Ford and do actually something progressive and important for professional wrestling, we put it on somebody like Seth Rollins, which is a LOL for me in all caps, you know. Um, but I mean, that's what the company's doing. We're wasting fucking time putting the title on Becky and Charlotte and Seth, and we just keep doing the same shit over and over and over. Over and over and over. We just keep doing the same fucking shit. Montez Ford should have been world champion 2 years ago, but whatever. Apollo Cruz, don't know why he's still on payroll. This dude should have been out of there. I guess he's good for WWE Speed and shit like that. You know, like putting him on WWE Speed is like the only real good thing he's good for, and he's good mechanically for TV. You know, he's good for jobbing, putting people over, and having good matches on Speed. Besides that, there's just nothing else that guy brings to the table. Hate me to the end of time if you want to. More important to him is Ariana Grace, Santino's daughter. Great talent, good looking woman. She could work. She needs a lot of work, but she could work. I think she's the actual future of the business, but she's got to get more. She has to take a more aggressive stand to be able to make a bigger impact. Asuka is one of the top stars in my book in the WWE. She's definitely more important to the WWE than even Brock Lesnar at this point. You know, she's just she's a major deal. She's very, very important. The company doesn't agree. Most people don't agree because she's been kind of jobbed out, and now they're trying to reconstruct her again. You know, what I mean, she came to the WWE like Goldberg, and now Asuka's treated like just James Elmsworth. You know, it's very unfortunate, but she's just phenomenal. I have so much respect for Asuka and understand her potential as a talent that I can comfortably tell you that Asuka has the potential to become the men's WWE World Champion. And it would work and it would make sense. And it would be realistic just because she's such a fucking badass. You know what I mean? Um, the best way that they could have did it too, they could have had her and Nakamura for the WWE title at WrestleMania. And it would have just fucking blew everything out the water. But people will disagree, you know. Austin Theory, don't like him. He's overstayed his welcome. I think he's good for WWE speed and velocity or whatever the fuck they do now. And that's about it. He's all right for TV sometime, but he's not someone that should be on Raw or SmackDown. You know, people like him, you know, just keep him on NXT or something. He's good for NXT. NXT would be amazing for Austin Theory. Moving on to Ava, Rock's daughter. Great. It was a little cringe at first, her becoming GM or whatever she is. But I think she's done an amazing job as an on-screen character and GM. She was greener than goose shit in the ring. And they were smart enough to realize that they had to get her out of there. But I mean, it was probably because of her daddy, you know what I mean? But she's a good looking girl. But I don't think wrestling is for her, you know. She's good for doing what she's doing now, being a GM or whatnot. That it works for her, you know. I think it's great. So I think they're doing a great job with that. Axiom, I'm a big fan of him. I think it's cool that they put him with Nathan Fraser. I don't like Nathan Fraser, but he's very talented. Um, Axiom, I like. I think that the WWE needs to put together a cruiserweight division again on SmackDown, and Axiom needs to be a part of it. That's what I would do. I would bring back. I would tell Magnus, whatever the fuck, Nick Aldis. I don't even know what they call him in WWE. I think it's Nick Aldis. I tell him go out there on SmackDown and bring back the WWE Cruiserweight Championship. And if we're gonna have a new Cruiserweight Championship because they don't want to bring back the old one, then it has to look good for TV. It's got to look better than the old one. If it don't look better than the old one, then we're bringing the old one back. Period. You bring back the Cruiserweight Championship for SmackDown. You reintroduce the Cruiserweight division. Axiom is on it. You can put Nathan Fraser on it. You can have guys NXT coming over sometimes and compete in it. You have people from TNA come over compete in it. And at WrestleMania, what you do, you for the first time ever, you do the Ultimate X match at WrestleMania. That's the payoff for the best cruiserweights that have been performing the entire year to put them in WrestleMania and Ultimate X with TNA guys and WWE guys, NXT guys, and showcasing, excuse me, that mid card or that lower weight class of wrestlers in 120, 130, 150, 180 pounds, 160 pounds, you know, lightweights or light heavyweights that can compete in that cruiserweight division. You know what I mean? And then you could have made money off of it because now you have the opportunity to bring in guys like Billy Kidman to host it and Shannon Moore. You know what I mean? You could bring those guys back who showcased that division back in the day. Dare I say, even Tajiri. But the company's got a better idea, like putting fucking logos and stickers all over the fucking arena, you know, because that's much better. Anyways, B-Fab, I think B-Fab has stepped up a lot. I think she's great. She's proven herself to a lot of people. Um, she's been coming up. She's been doing. I've been seeing her cut some fucking good promos. You know what I mean? And I feel like she should have went over on Charlotte Flair. Charlotte Flair did not need to beat her, but I mean that's what they decided. Um, she's all right. She still got some work to do, but she's been stepping up. Big fan of B fan. Bailey has become just an absolute veteran of the company. She started off as a girl in NXT. I thought she was all right. I think she stepped up a lot. She's all right now, but she's like sort of a veteran holding it down, kind of like Natalia, you know. So I think Bailey has done phenomenal. Um, she is good on the mic. She's got everything. She's got the looks. She she can't always wrestle 5-star matches, but she can perform really well. And when you put her with the right people, she looks like a star. I'll say that. Becky Lynch. My opinion on Becky Lynch is this, man. I don't like Becky Lynch anymore. I used to like Becky Lynch. The reason I don't like Becky Lynch is because a while back, kind of like Mickey James opening her big fat stupid mouth. You know, Becky Lynch wanted to talk about, oh, you know, because you know women, I guess, showing too much in wrestling or whatever the fuck it is. And Mickey James was the same way. Oh, you know, I hate when women be showing their ass or exposing themselves to try to get over. What are you talking about? What the fuck is Mickey talking about? She built her career on all that shit. She built her career on being slutty. And she still does it to this day. But you want to go on some fucking trash ass LGF show, whatever the fuck, some fake ass tough enough show, and claim that you don't like that, but you built a career off of that, but you don't like when the other girls do it. That just makes it seem like you're just fucking jealous, you know? And Becky Lynch wanted to try to like hold herself to a high standard, you know, like she's setting an example for little girls and all this other stuff. And it makes me laugh because here's another one who will run around with her fucking ass all out and doing slutty shit and doing hoish ass shit, you know. But you want to sit there and try to say that bullshit. And then she comes back to the WWE, automatically gets a title shot. I don't remember when the fuck. She showed up one time, won a title out of nowhere, blew my mind, and then she came back again now and won another fucking title again, you know, because TKO feels like that's business. Becky Lynch, I'm not going to say shouldn't be holding championships anymore, but she shouldn't be holding any championship right now. What the fuck are we doing? Why is Becky Lynch holding a championship in the WWE right now? Why are we doing that? You know, I guess they couldn't find what to do with her because honestly, when Becky Lynch went away and she became a mom, we all knew Becky Lynch was going to come back after some time and make an impact or whatever, and that's great. I'm all for that. You know what I mean? But at the same time, I just feel like there could have been more progressive ways to try to use her, utilize her. You know what I mean? Because she comes back to TV and it's like, okay, so automatically champion again. She beat whoever the fuck, I don't know, Lyra Valkyria or some shit, you know? And it's just like, nobody gives a fuck about it. You know what I mean? The only people that care are Becky Lynch fans. If you're not a Becky Lynch fan, it just doesn't matter. It doesn't do anything for the company, doesn't do anything for the women's division, doesn't do anything for nobody except Becky. Same with John Cena getting the belt. It just it doesn't mean anything. And we'll get to Cena in a bit. But I just think that it's fucking stupid that she has a title. It's just creatively it's just fucking dumb, you know. And I can't get behind it. And I can't get behind her anymore because she exposed herself as a chump. So I can't respect her like that no more. You know. And moving past that point, you know, I mean, Becky on the positives is going to go down as one of the goats. You know, the Becky Lynch thing that exploded, I don't know, back in 2020, 2019, whatever the fuck. She made a name for herself. She got over. She really did get over. But I don't think Becky is as over as she used to be anymore. She's recognized. Becky Lynch is recognized as a top star, but I don't think she's as over as she used to be. And that's what I got to say about her. Bianca Belair, Bianca Belair is 10 times better than Becky Lynch. Feel however you want about that. Scream in your chair. Bianca Belair, great talent. I mean, she's green. I'm not going to defend her like that neither. She's greenish. She's very greenish. Um, it's a little cringe to listen to Bianca on the mic at times, but she's great talent, and I think she's much more important to the WWE than Charlotte Flair and Becky combined. And you can take that however you want. Moving on, big shout out to Biggie Langston. I'm cool with him. Biggie Langston is the only person in New Day that I still like. You know what I mean? But with the whole Xavier Woods thing, as fucking weird as he is and all his fans, I don't know. I have reasons to believe that Biggie and Kofi might be on some weird shit if they run around with somebody like Xavier Woods. You know what I mean? So I don't know, but I only go off of things that I know. You know what I mean? And I know Biggie to be cool, so I like Biggie. Biggie kind of reminds me of a friend of mine that I wish we still talk. You know what I mean? He's great. Should he have been WWE champion when he won it? No, absolutely not. But it was something that they decided. I don't recognize him as WWE champion, but I respect him for him being WWE champion. I give him credit for that. But he's not world championship material. Uh, to this day, he's still not world championship material. All he's done is tag team and twerked and shaked his ass and won tag titles, and that's about it. Nothing about that took him into a world champion role. What would have taken him to a world championship role, and what I would have did with Biggie Langston is I would have reformed the Nation of Domination, and maybe he could have been the leader, and he could have been the world champion. That's how I probably would have handled it because he looked good in the Nation of Domination. But the New Day, weird, cringe, fucking ass. No, thank you. I'm good. Anytime I see any New Day, it's turn the show off immediately. Blake Monroe, she was in AEW as Mariah, whatever the fuck. Mariah, I can't remember her fucking name over there, but don't know what she's been doing. Don't watch. You know what I mean? I thought she was great in AEW. The work that she did with Tony Storm was Academy Award winning. Um, the stuff that Tony Storm and Blake Monroe did in AEW is more important than anything WWE has done this year. Straight up, anything, anything. And I give them props and I give them respect for that. You know, like I said, I don't know what she's doing at NXT. It seems like they're treating her like a big star, so she must be doing her shit. Um, Booker T. I love Booker T in the 2000s. I don't like Booker T anymore. He's just a corporate chump sellout. That's how I feel about him. Brinley Reese. I've seen her maybe 2, 3 times. Good looking girl. She's got some fucking work to do. I noticed here as I'm looking on the website, I don't know if he was added back. I don't know if he was removed. I don't know what the case is, but I see Brock Lesnar. I have a few things to say about Brock Lesnar. Um, Brock Lesnar back in the WWE is absolute comedy to me. I'm not surprised about it. It is not a good thing. It is not the right thing to do. It is not okay. It is okay in a lot of people's minds who just want to throw things under the rug and want to make excuses for him. But even then, it's not okay. Just because that's what you want doesn't make it okay. You know what I'm saying? I could punch a little boy in his fucking face just because I think it's okay. That don't make it okay. You know what I mean? So I think that Brock Lesnar coming back to the WWE just exposes more about how just childish, unprofessional, corrupted, and just fucking garbage TKO is. by hiring. Well, they didn't not hiring, bringing back that man to TV because he was getting paid while he was at home, which is fucking comedic. You know, um, no, he's a big piece of shit, is Brock Lesnar. And the other day I was watching Mark Merrill talk about him, and I knew about it, but I forgot about this. He brought it up, and it reminded me that he's the guy. Brock's the guy that was fucking around with Sable back in the day. He's fucking around with Sable, and they was cheating, and Sable being the hoe that she is at that time, she couldn't just, tell him straight up. She just told him, "Oh, I want a divorce." She told Mark Merrow in the car that she wanted a divorce, and I thought it was fucked up. You know what I mean? But I don't. None of us really know what their relationship were. So it is what it is. But instead of Sable just breaking it off, she just stood with Mark Merrow, and then when he found out because he heard a voice audio of Brock on her phone, that's when she decided to come clean, talking about she wanted a divorce because the bitch couldn't just go, "Oh, I cheated on you, this and that," And a lot of I'm not going to jump into this whole topic, but a lot of women tend to have problem with that they just can't admit when they cheat. They'll just either blame you or they'll try to like justify it. You know what I mean? It don't matter who you are. Cheating is cheating, whether you're a guy or woman. So yeah, Brock Lesnar's a piece of shit. He ain't worth bubblegum off the fucking sidewalk. Bubblegum off the sidewalk is more important to this planet than Brock Lesnar. So fuck him and fuck TKO for exposing themselves more. That bullshit ass version of WWE. Get the fuck out of here. Braun Breaker is another guy that I see right next to Brock here. Braun, I thought was doing. I thought he was kind of garbage in NXT. Then I thought he was doing a great job at NXT, and then he got called up to the main roster, and they just completely fucked him up. One of the things that they did to Braun Breaker that I don't like is they allow him to go on the microphone. Big fucking mistake. Huge fucking mistake. And I was hyped. The first thing they did was change his theme song. When they changed his theme song to some other shit, it sounded fire. And every time he was coming out, I was starting to get hyped about him. And then once he started going for like the Intercontinental title, I mean, I liked it. I thought it was great. But then it was some time after that they started having this dude go on the mic, and I don't know. He was working with, I can't even fucking remember. Yeah, he did some stuff with Penta and shit like that. And this dude went on the mic, and I'm watching Raw, and he's like, "Well, the dog goes woof woof," and all this other stuff, and I'm like, "Nigga, what?" Excuse my language, but I'm like, "What?" Like the fucking, it was just so fucking cringe, and it was bad. And you could tell that he was struggling a little bit when he was on the mic, and he was having a hard time really trying to figure it out. And I think it's a good thing that Paul Heyman is with Braun Breaker right now, because Paul Heyman is the guy that he needs to talk for him. You cannot put that motherfucker on the mic. Braun Breaker got the look, he's talented, all that. But when he talked on that mic, because TKO put him in a position to talk on that mic, they destroyed him. And the problem I'm having now as a fan, because I don't lie to myself like y'all do to each other, I don't do that to me. I can't take Braun Breaker serious ever again now. And I thank TKO for that. So he's just fucking garbage. Braun Breaker's just fucking trash. TKO is to thank for that and him opening his fucking mouth. You know, so I can't take him serious. He's a mid carder to me. I'd put him on. I'd send him back to NXT, bro, or put him on fucking WWE speed. And that's about it. Bronco Nima, he's the dude that's with the other guy that was running around with Jada Parker. No, they're very street. They're very hood. I don't think much of them. They got some fucking work to do. They're a bunch of nobodies. Bronson Reed, here's another fucking mid-carding, overhyped piece of garbage. Bronson Reed is someone that has the look. Bronson Reed is someone that has ability. You know, he has something to him. I'm not quite sure what it is, and I'm pretty sure TKO is not quite sure what the fuck it is, but they see something in him that I do not see him in him. Bronson Reed, in my book, is good for NXT. He's good for WWE. Well, he can't be on speed, but he's good for mechanical stuff. Bronson Reed is not someone built for Raw and SmackDown. He's like probably not even that. You know what I mean? Putting him on NXT is probably giving too much credit to Bronson Reed. You know what I mean? Um, Cringe when he's on the fucking mic. Um, he's just fucking garbage. You know what I mean? He's got some stuff about him that's impressive. Um, whatever. But I just think that Bronson Reed is boring, man. Bronson Reed is on my screen. I gotta go take a piss. I gotta go step out. I gotta go grab a snack. He just I there's been times I've been sitting there watching him take on like Braun Strowman or something, and I'd be dozing off and just passing the fuck out. Just nothing exciting about that dude. But I will give him credit on one thing. This stuff that Bronson Reed has started doing about stealing Roman sneakers and all that shit. He been stealing people's sneakers. I think that's good TV. I mean, it's corny as fuck, and it's very desperate to try to get him more over and shit like that. And that's what I don't like about TKO, that they don't organically fashion talent to be better, or to give them something better. They just desperately will come up with something for you to love them so bad. It's like me taking Mark Bennon and having Mark Bennon come out to rap music and try to make him into like a modern day pop star, you know, something that people would love just for people to like him. Fuck that. You know what I mean? Why what the fuck, you know? So I don't like it. And then it'll just be cringe. You know what I mean? Or me trying to get Mark to act black so that people would like him. Like, no, I'm not gonna do that shit. That shit is terrible. So it's I'll give Bronson Reed some props for it, but I just think that is fucking desperate and corny for them to be doing that, stealing sneakers shit. But I mean, it got over in the community. So what the fuck does my opinion matter, right? People like it, and people like Bronson Reed. They like the vision or whatever the fuck they're called, you know. Brooke Jensen. I didn't know Brooke Jensen was Bull Buchanan's son. Corey Flash told me about that. Uh, I don't have a fucking thing to say about Brooke Jensen. That motherfucker's a nobody. Moving on. Brutus Creed and his boy, the Creed brothers, modern legends, great talent, probably underrated. Um, Big fan. Great workers. Love the cannonball move that he does. Cannon bomb, whatever the fuck he calls it. I think it's one of the amazing things that I've seen on TV, and much more compelling than Triple H and TKO creative writing, that's for sure. So Brutus Creed is a very talented guy. Byron Saxton, I thought Byron Saxton was a weirdo that was probably like into toes and shit like that, because he was doing commentary with the guy that's in TNA, I think, Tom Phillips. And Tom Phillips got exposed because he was on a plane texting someone about skull fucking him or whatever. And it just made him look real bad, you know what I mean? Granted, I'm not gonna hate the guy per se, because I mean, that's a leak. You know what I mean? I don't know about skull fucking. I've never told a woman that I want to skull fuck her, but you know, excuse my language. I mean, feel however you want to feel, but you know, we're getting a little too edgy on this channel now with my vocabulary. But keeping it real with you, and you know, I mean, it kind of made him look like a bit of a weirdo. I don't know, but I mean, it's his personal thing, I guess too. So I started thinking maybe Byron Saxton might be into feet or some shit like that, or sniffing panties. But the more time that has passed by, man, I've seen Byron Saxton take a few Stone Cold Stunners. I've seen him get his ass whooped. I've seen him sell. I have seen him, you know, he's made me laugh a few times. I like Byron Saxton, man. I take back the bad things I said about him. I think he's great. I'm glad he's on payroll for TKO. Um, and I think he's great. He's a great asset to the company. Candice LeRae, they're wasting time with Candice LeRae. They don't know how to use Candice LeRae. She's talented, but she doesn't have charisma, and that's the problem. That's why she can't get over because she can't talk and she doesn't have charisma and she doesn't have the fucking she doesn't have the tits, so to speak, because she ain't got balls to get a little bit more aggressive about her place in the company. Carly Bright, I don't know who Carly Bright is, but she's a good looking girl. Um, don't know Carly Bright. Don't know her. Good looking girl. Carmelo Hayes is the guy that the company needs to put the focus on. Carmelo Hayes, in my opinion, is next. Him and Chad Gable. Chad Gable and Carmelo Hayes are the two breakout stars of the WWE right now. It's not fucking Braun Breaker and Bronson Reed and all these fucking boring nap time trash ass bitches. Carmelo Hayes, Chad Gable. These are two breakout stars in the company. Carmelo Hayes has everything. He can talk, he can walk, he can wrestle. Everything is there for Carmelo Hayes. Same as Montez Ford. Why are we not planning into putting the belt on him and Montez? Don't know. Could it be a race thing? Could it be a hatred thing? Could it be jealousy? Could it be favoritism to my buddies like Seth Rollins and everybody? I don't know. But I see a lot of talent in Carmelo Hayes. He's one of my favorites. He's fantastic. He kind of looks like a darker skinned Kevin Impact, which I like as well. So I'm a very big fan of his. Big love for Carmelo Hayes. He's our guy that we need. And Chad Gable's next. Kathy Kelly, great job. Great sports broadcaster. Whatever it is that she does with the company, she's amazing. Amazing host. She could do it all. She's fantastic on payroll. Shannon Stacks Lorenzo. That's Tony D'Angelo's boy. I guess he's all right. Good worker. Can't say nothing else. Charlie Dempsey, William Regal's son. A little underrated. They gotta, you know, I think they need to just take Charlie Dempsey and just put him with his dad on television. William Regal comes back and he's with his son. Now think about how fucking fire that would be. That we take Charlie Dempsey and we bring William Regal, the legend, back to WWE television. Excuse me, TKO television, and we put them together, and you have a father giving advice to his son, with the exception of Stu Hart and Bret the Hitman Hart and all of our previous predecessors in wrestling. You don't really get a faction or a team or a group where you have a father and a son working together. You don't get a lot of that. And in my opinion, professionally, I think it would be compelling television if William Regal was with his son, Charlie Dempsey, on television. We cancel this fucking trash ass nap time vision bullshit. Charlotte Flair could go fucking backstage, stay backstage. Bronson Reed could go fucking take a few matches on NXT. Bring Charlie Dempsey to the main fucking roster on Monday Night Raw. Put him with William Regal. And try to take Charlie Dempsey and try to build him towards the Intercontinental Championship. And try to make him the new Harley Race, the new fucking Lance Storm, the new William Regal, the new William Regal of WWE. You know what I mean? And have him have the Intercontinental Championship for quite some time. You know what I mean? And have him shave that stupid ass fucking mustache that's on his goddamn face because he looks fucking ridiculous. I mean, and it could work. It could maybe work. It could maybe work. I think so. Because I see how talented he is. Charlie Dempsey's a big deal. TKO just doesn't know about it. Charlotte Flair, LOL, moving on. Chelsea Green, absolute talent. Um, happy she made it. There's no going back now, which is what I love, with the exception of her comment about Hulk Hogan. And if y'all want to talk about Hulk Hogan, we can, because I have views on that. But I'm not going to talk about Hulk Hogan unless anyone requests that I talk about Hulk Hogan, and then I'll do it. But if nobody does it, I'm not doing it. Chelsea Green may have thrown her career away by opening her mouth about Hulk Hogan, but everything else has been phenomenal. Chelsea Green is a big deal. Top star, main event star is Chelsea Green. CM Punk, I was happy that CM Punk went back to the WWE. I was happy that he stuck it to Tony Khan, um, and the Bucks and Hangman. Big fan of that. And Jack Perry. I love it. That's some grown up real man type shit, and he exposed the type of chumps that they are. But there's a problem. CM Punk has exposed himself as well accidentally. CM Punk came back to the WWE. He became corporate. He did a lot of dumb shit which I don't understand. You know what I mean? And CM Punk and TKO have both tag teamed together to convince me that he's just not important anymore. So I'm not excited about him anymore. I'm not running to watch TKO on TV anymore because Punk's on it. Like everything he's been doing has just been corny. The stuff he did with Drew McIntyre with the bracelet was fucking dumb. It's one of the dumbest storylines I've ever seen in my life in wrestling. Great match, great matches, but the storyline was just terrible, and more of that kept going on. And now he won the fucking title, and then he lost the fucking title, and then Seth wins the fucking title. I can't do it. I just can't do it. You know what I mean? So with Punk, what should have happened with CM Punk is he should have won the Royal Rumble when he was in it. He should have went to WrestleMania. He should have won the title at WrestleMania. Punk should have been champion now for about a year. And maybe he could have lost it to Cena, or maybe he could have been retiring Cena. I don't know. Something like that. But when he went to the Royal Rumble and lost, I just, I couldn't see past this point. What the fuck are we doing? You know what I mean? So Punk didn't win the Royal Rumble. They've wasted 3 years now that he's been around. And then they put the title on him for 15 seconds and take it off of him. It's over for CM Punk. His career's over. He's just an old fucking fart now that's corporate, that's there for a paycheck. His character don't mean shit no more. It's done. Cody Rhodes is another one. Cody Rhodes just got the title dropped back to him by John Cena. I mean, I think it's hilarious. It's comedic. Cena's champion is comedic. Cody is champion is comedic because Cody didn't need to lose the championship. Uh, Cody lost the title to Cena. There was no reason that needed to happen. Great uh, fantasy booking match, but it went poor. Poor execution with the finish. And it's just like you take the title off of Cody. Up to this point, Cody, when he was going up against Roman, Cody seemed like a big deal. I've known Cody to be a big deal when he was in AEW. That's when I realized that Cody was a main event guy. So going to the WWE, he was already a main event guy when he walked out to face, I don't know, fucking Seth Rollins, was it? I think he wrestled. So he's a big star already. It's just that TKO have not done enough to continue to keep Cody to where he's a big deal. You know what I mean? They just threw him out there and just hope that Cody's going to get the job done for them. And that's how the company works. They just rely on people to save them, to protect them. That's why they signed Nikki Bella back. That's why Becky Lynch came back. That's why they brought Brock Lesnar back, because the company's desperate for money and they're desperate to be so fucking dope in your eyes that these are the levels that they're going to stoop to. You know what I mean? Anything it takes. If Pat Patterson's pedophile ass was alive, the WWE will bring him back. Even to this day, with the interview that's out about Roddy Piper and stuff that Barry Orton has said and stories about ring boys back in the day in the mid 80s and 90s with Pat Patterson being a pedophile, they still have old fuck ass PG version Michael Cole go on TKO television and say, "Oh, WWE Hall of Famer Pat Patterson, the former Intercontinental Champion." You know, he's still getting all this love, all this respect with all these stories that have been tossed around about the guy. And it's just crazy. And he's still in the WWE Hall of Fame, which is crazier. You know what I mean? But let's go after Hulk Hogan, right? Um, so frankly, Cody Rhodes, they dropped the ball, man. After the Roman stuff, Cody just, I hate to say it because I didn't believe it, but he became a mid carder. Cody's going back to being a mid carder. Cody is not where he needs to be anymore. Um, I don't blame any of that on him. That's on TKO. That's on TKO and their manufacturing of the character on television. You know what I mean? Because Cody needed to stay doing important things. If you watch JTV wrestling, look at my direction. Look at Shendon. Look at Corey Flash. You know, look at my top talent, my top people, Mr. Amazing. I always try to make it my mission that all of my top guys are presented that in that fashion, in that manner, as top talent. That's why people watch this channel. They watch JTV because I convince the consumer that everything we do is important. So therefore, everything that we do is important. From this fucking podcast to championship belts to the way a character comes out to the ring to someone's entrance theme song to a catchphrase that someone says to the way someone looks. Everything is important in JTV. The manufacturing of the storylines, the direction of a talent, everything is fucking important because I have passion for it and I work with people like Chris Conscience who are passionate about this industry in wrestling. And with TKO, it's like, they didn't give a fuck about Cody. They just thought, oh, Cody got over, we could do no wrong. Guess what? You fucked up. You dropped the ball, and that's the reason people just laugh at Cody now. To me, Cody Rhodes and CM Punk is comedy now over at TKO. It's laughable, and that's why I can't get behind it. Corey Graves, I mean, Corey Graves got thrown back to NXT. He was talking shit. He was running his mouth, whatever. I think he's a little bitch. I don't really like Corey Graves. Moving on. My fault. I got an ice on my mouth. Cruz del Toro. He's all right. Decent talent. I hate that he shaved his mustache. He looks like a prick now. And back of the line you go. Cutler James. Don't know Cutler James. I've heard some noise from a certain fake ass Retribution in NXT. Don't know them. Haven't watched them. Can't say a fucking thing about them. But Damian Priest, the Baldy, proud of him. He's represented for Brown Pride, all blacks and all Hispanics, because we do go hand in hand. So I got a lot of respect for Damian. I'm glad they allowed him to be himself. And he's done good work. He won one of their fucking heavyweight titles, whatever the fuck you call it now. And he's been on the way up ever since. He's been on the way up ever since. Love the stuff he did with the Judgment Day. I loved when him and Rhea, I think it was, turned on edge or some shit with Finn Balor. Good TV, good TV. That's when Judgment Day mattered. Still, and so Damien's done fantastic work. Big fan of Damian Priest. Good talent. Who's this right here? Dante Chen. Dante Chen. Every time I see this dude, it makes me laugh. He's talented. He's great. He's good for WWE speed. I mean, shit, man. Dexter Loomis, Joe Gacy, the Wyatt Sick. The WWE dropped the ball, man. WWE dropped the ball. Um, Conscience said Punk is dry up. Yeah, I agree with that, Conscience. Punk is dry, but yeah, Wyatt Sick. The WWE just dropped the ball on them too, man. The Wyatt Sick coming in was one of the greatest things I saw in wrestling in a long time. It's been a long time in wrestling since I felt energy. When they returned, I had goosebumps. I was excited. There was a Bray Wyatt presence and vibe. I loved how they looked. I got an insider who sent me a picture of how the Wyatt Sick look before they actually came out. Um, I do have insiders, wink, wink, but I knew how they was gonna look before they came out. Whenever that was that they showed up, but I just expected so much from that group, and kind of like how the Skull Brotherhood is annihilating or attempting to manipulate and annihilate JTV Wrestling right now, and MPW and DVW. Uh, that's the direction that they should have taken with the Wyatt Sick. With our organizations of DVW, MPW, and JTV, we treat the Skull Brotherhood like a threat, like it's a big deal. In TKO, they treated them like they were a big deal, and then didn't know what else to do with them. And if they did, they fucked up. You had all these segments with what's his name, Bo Dallas, which was great because everybody's telling their story. Nikki Cross, Dexter Loomis, Joe Gacy, which is my boy. I love Joe Gacy. Uh, and then we just stopped. I don't know. They went away for a bit. It became stale. The shit became stale, and the Wyatt Sick should have continued doing everything in their power, not just to be a threat, but to take over the WWE. You know what I mean? And they didn't do that. They wanted to put them like some shitty fucking tag team matches that nobody's gonna remember and whatnot. What your stupid asses should have kept doing is you should have kept them on Monday Night Raw. Monday Night Raw is the flagship show. Fuck SmackDown. SmackDown is always the B show. Everybody knows that. That's not the case anymore. It's probably not the case anymore. I don't know. I don't watch that bullshit. But Monday Night Raw is the flagship show. You could cry about it. You could break your fucking, whatever you got to do. Monday Night Raw has always been number one. They should have stood on Monday Night Raw. They should have stood terrorizing. And if I would have been booking for you in TKO, I would have had a confrontation with the Wyatt Sick and the Bloodline. Now you tell me that TKO's version of the WWE wouldn't shook into its fucking core if the Bloodline would have went face to face with the Wyatt Sick. You tell me. Absolutely. Ratings through the fucking roof. It would have been fucking dope. It would have been fucking amazing. You could have had the Bloodline still doing their thing, and then you could have had Aleister Black with Alexa Bliss come back, be with the Wyatt Sick, bro. And then you throw Damian Priest into it, and then you have Judgment Day be with them, and then you have people with Bloodline. It would have been insane in wrestling. Absolutely would have been insane, but oh well. They dropped the ball, is what I could say about the Wyatt Sick. I was a big fan. Not anymore. If I ever bring them to JTV to do stuff with us, I give my word that I won't bring them in unless we're doing something really dope. But Yeah, they just fucked them up, man, and they were so good. Uh, moving on, Dominic Mysterio, big shout out to him. He's the future of the business. I'm very happy and very comfortable with the idea that Dominic is going to be our future world champion and he's going to carry the company. Here's someone that I could trust. He looks the part, he wrestles the part, and he can talk. He has all the tools to be the next Eddie Guerrero and to be the guy in the company. Dominic Mysterio is right now what Seth Rollins should be. That's what Dominic Mysterio is. So props to him. He's gonna hold that company down. Dragon Lee. A lot of people like Dragon Lee. I don't like Dragon Lee, man. I think he's a little cringe. He's very forced. I didn't really watch too much of him in Mexico. He's gonna be on the show this weekend, by the way, in Retro Slam. I wasn't supposed to say that, but oh well, he'll be there for sure. Um, and he's good talent. Whatever, he's all right. Drew McIntyre is a guy that the championship title should be on him. We keep wasting time instead of bringing back Broken Dreams. Come on, what are we waiting for? What are we waiting for? No, nobody want to listen to that bullshit he come out to. Put the championship belt on him and bring Broken Dreams back. If you need to take the title off of people, you ain't got to put it on Seth. Put it on somebody like Drew and bring back Broken Dreams and have him cut edgy promos on TV that's just about getting us canceled. That's what television every week should be for TKO. Unfortunately, it is not. Edris and no, if I don't know the African guys from NXT. Seen them a few times. Good talent. They got fucking work to do. El Grande Americano. Chad Gable's alter ego. Whatever they're doing with that. I guess he's a speed champion now. I think that's an injustice, man. I think that's terrible. Now, Dominic Mysterio being the Intercontinental Champion is great, but Chad Gable being the Speed Champion is just fucking ridiculous. This is a guy that deserves so much more. He should have the title that Seth has right now, and Seth should be the fucking Speed Champion. Have Seth fucking Rollins be on that fucking WWE Speed bullshit. Send his stupid ass over there to tag team with fucking Nathan Fraser, whatever the fuck. Put them in a group and let the real top guys actually be on the main shows. You know what I mean? Chad Gable is the future of the business, no doubt about it. The Grande Americano storyline, big fan of it. Love the fact that it was racist. Love the fact that it was edgy. Love the fact that we did different things with it. We went to different places. That's the WWE that I know. That's how wrestling should be. It should flow that way. You know what I mean? It shouldn't be the same bullshit every week. Oh, because Seth Rollins and Cody are in a storyline. Okay, so what are we doing? Oh, well, this week on Raw, Seth is cutting a promo. Okay, so what is he doing later on in the show? And what is Cody doing later on in the show? Oh, well, Cody's not going to be there. Cody's going to be on next week's show cutting a promo. Okay, what is Seth doing tonight then? Oh, nothing. He's just cutting a promo and then leaving. Huh? What? What about next week? Well, next week Cody's gonna come in. He's gonna cut a promo, and then what's he doing the rest of the night? Nothing. He's just leaving. What? What about Seth? Oh, Seth is not gonna be there. Seth is gonna return the following week to cut a promo on what Cody said. And get the fuck out. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Get your fucking PG ass TKO bullshit out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Don't play with me, man. So Chad Gable, huge star, great talent. Elton Prince, the other guy, I don't know, I don't remember what they're called, pretty pink or some shit like that. I don't like them, but I think they're very talented. As talent, I like them. You know what I mean? As talent, I like them. I don't like them as much as Corey Flash loves them. You know what I mean? But I think they're all right. They're a good modern Killer Bees 80 WWF type of tag team. So props to them. Ethan Page is my boy. I guess he's the North American champion, whatever the fuck that title is. More power to him. I don't understand why Ethan Page is not on Raw. Out of anyone who should be and Seth Rollins' vision, if you will, it shouldn't be Bronson Reed. It should be Ethan Page. Ethan Page is edgy. Ethan Page has the look. Ethan Page has the skill. What the fuck is he doing at NXT? He doesn't need to be there anymore. He should be on Monday Night Raw, being produced as a top guy, as a main guy. But we got him on fuck ass NXT. The fuck out of here, bro. Fallon Henley, she's all right. She's been stepping up. I guess she got her own faction. No, she's with I forget her name. Um, the other girl. We'll get to her, but she's on the come up. I don't see much in the future of Fallon Henley. I don't. I don't see anything in her. There's no charisma. There's nothing in that girl. Fallon Henley's good for NXT. Keep her on NXT. That's it. She can either manage or she could wrestle there. That's it. That's all she could do. Finn Balor is former Universal Champion, whatever the fuck that is. I guess he's tag team champion right now. Why is he not the world champion right now over someone like Seth Rollins? No idea. He should be there, but he's not. Balor's a top guy. I saw Balor as Prince Devet a little bit in Japan. We were going to sign him to JTV Wrestling in 2K14, and I got his guy. And lo and behold, WWE announces that they signed Prince Devet. And I was like, well, let me hit this delete button. Prince Devet went on to become Finn Balor. Good talent. Finn is so. You know what I mean? He's 50-50. Finn is not very great on the mic, but Finn is edgy. And in an environment like the Bullet Club and stuff like that, that's where Finn strives, you know what I mean, for greatness. With how boring Cody's become, I would really shoe in for Bullet Club in WWE, a new version, a reinvention, and to have Cody and Finn Balor together. And if they can convince AJ Styles to stick around for like 2 more years, have those guys try to take over. Have them try to go against the fucking bloodline, Give me something interesting. You know what I mean? They just fucking drop the ball with everybody. It pisses me off. Julia. Julia's a modern GOAT. There's no denying the talent that Julia has. She done held it down in Japan. Great, everything. She's worked with Stephanie Valkyrie on TV. Great, good presence. She has an aura to her. She's good in the ring. I couldn't tell you anything about her on the mic, you know what I mean? But everything else is there. There's something about her that shouts star, but TKO is not really quite sure how to produce it, and that's the problem. And if they don't figure it out, they're going to drop the ball real fast for Julia. It's just that simple. Grayson Waller is fucking garbage. Moving on. Gunter is nice. I'm a fan of Gunter. I like when Gunter is non-edgy on the mic. I think he's a great champion, great talent, but Gunter is fucking boring. Gunter is just way too fucking boring. I'm not really sure why they took Gunter out of the faction he was in, because having Ludwig with him and all that other stuff was good. I mean, they did the right thing getting rid of the bald dude, but they should have put someone else. And I think it would have been dope if they would have had Ilya Dragunov with Gunter and what's the dude I said? Ludwig Kaiser. If all 3 of them was together, it would be dope. But I'm not gonna lie. Ilya Dragunov, as good of a talent he is, same with Gunter, both of the motherfuckers put me to sleep. I have caught myself a few times, at least during Ilya Dragunov competing, where I've dozed off. I don't know if it was just a shitty PG, corny, basic fucking, arenas that they have that just kind of put me to sleep. But I've passed out at times when that dude is on display. So I don't know. I don't know what's missing there. Hank Walker. I have nothing to say about that guy. I know who he is. I've seen him tag team. He's got some fucking work to do. Ivar, these are important right here. Ivar and his boy, bro. The Viking Raiders. Big fan of the Viking Raiders. They are just so talented for the modern era. For you to be able to get away with this Viking gimmick in this age is amazing. And they did that. And TKO doesn't see it. They don't see how talented they are. As a matter of fact, they had these legends drop the world tag team titles, if you want to call it that, to the fucking New Day. Who the fuck thought of that? And why? After all this time, we know that Kofi Kingston is a fucking jobber. We know Xavier Woods is a perverted jobber. You know what I'm saying? Why the fuck would we waste time to put the camera on them and have the Viking Raiders fucking lose to them? It just doesn't make any sense to me, you know? They're just fucking terrible. And what makes it even more creeped out is that even with Xavier Woods sex tape flying all over the internet and all this other shit, you know, as if it wasn't weird enough that he's having sex with Paige in front of her ex-boyfriend, her boyfriend at the time, as if that's not fucking creep weirdo behavior enough. You know, you're doing all this as a public figure, and you're doing all this in the vein of being geared towards children, because the New Day is not geared towards grown ass men. That's for children. That's for kiddies. You know what I mean? It's like a fucking Power Ranger having a fucking sex tape, you know? So I just don't agree with that. I think he's a chump. He's very unprofessional for doing that. And ever since he's just lost my support, I just don't like the New Day anymore. And even if I didn't like him, you know, TKO is just to the point with them that they're just really overrated and dried up and washed out. You know what I mean? It's just like it's a done deal with the New Day. But we decided that we were gonna break them off. You know, we was gonna try to be edgy. We were gonna fucking kick Biggie in the nuts, and we were gonna try to push them, and it failed. Like everything else that they try to go mainstream with, it flopped. Rock coming back flopped. Cena flopped. Punk flopped. The New Day is flopping. No, the New Day is flopped, but you know what I mean? They just keep pushing shit. There was no reason to push the whatever they were called at the time, the Newer Day or something. There was no reason for that. You know, you take these guys, you put them on speed, you have them contribute to the product, you have them put talent over. There was no reason to focus on them. Zero reason to do that. But that's what they decided to do. Oh well. Ruin the fucking Viking Raiders, but I still like them. I think they're talented. Ivy now has been killing it this year. I was watching her on Monday Night Raw compete in a few contender matches. She was doing pretty good. I'm a big fan of Ivy now. I think she's been doing excellent work. She's phenomenal. Big fan of Ivy now. She needs to get the long multiple time women's championship reigns like Charlotte Flair. That's what Ivy now deserves. I think Ivy now is like a modern day Jacqueline Ivory type. You know, like she's like a throwback like that, and I like that about Ivy now. Io Sky with Asuka are the two most important people in the WWE. These are the two purest pro wrestlers that they have right now. Io Sky is very important to the product. I can't speak negatively because the WWE has taken care of Io and has produced her as a big deal. Triple H has also played a role in that. So out of the little things that Triple H and TKO does right, this they got right with Io Sky, that she is a big deal, and she is. So I like that she's produced properly. Izzy Dam, don't know who the fuck that is. I've seen her, but I don't know her like that. Jackie Redmond does great work when she's analyzing the everyday happenings of WWE, and I give her props for that. I think she does an amazing job. Here's someone that y'all love, Jacob Fatu. Jacob Fatu. Do I like Jacob Fatu? Yes, I like Jacob Fatu. Do I think Jacob Fatu is the future of TKO? Yes, I think Jacob Fatu is the future of TKO. Has Jacob Fatu been doing some good work on TKO? Yes, I think he's been doing phenomenal work in TKO. But they're pushing him way too fast. Jacob Fatu, in y'all's eyes and in TKO's eyes, may appear and may come off and may be understood as a top guy, as a top star, and this and that. I don't see none of that. That's all y'all. I don't see none of that. Jacob Fatu is missing maybe 10, 15 years. I'm not going to say 15, maybe 5, 10 before I think he can be like a world star, a world top star. He's not like, there's nothing that I see from him now that makes him a main event guy. He needs a lot of work still, but he's done a lot of things that have presented him as a main event guy that I have seen that has sort of convinced me to start accepting him as a main event guy. And that's where they've been doing good, that they've been projecting him as a main event guy. That's something that I like, but you got to slow down a bit because Jacob Fatu is nowhere near the main event. Nowhere near the main event. I I would say that he's sort of half and half with the mid card section. You know what I mean? In the mid card section, he's half and half. He's 50 there, 50 not. You know what I mean? So he's one foot in, 1 foot out, as far as I'm concerned. But in terms of the main event, hell no. That man should not be mentioned with whoever it is that they're producing now as top people. He's nowhere near no CM Punk, no Cody, none of that shit. He's not there. Y'all gotta relax. Y'all gotta just chill out. You gotta stand back just a little bit, and you gotta reanalyze. You know, he's ahead of Bronson Reed for sure. He's a much better talent than Seth Rollins and Braun Breaker and all of them combined, but he's not there just yet. Y'all need to slow down. You need to take your time. You know, he's the future for sure. He's a star in the making, but you want to take steps so that there's credential to back this star. Terry Funk and all these people didn't get to where they're at by forcing and speeding everything the fuck up. It took time. It took time, you know. Jacob Fatu needs to lose a few Royal Rumbles. He needs to lose a few big matches. He needs to lose a lot of matches so that the dues are paid and we can start slowly returning the favor to where it's like now this is your time to shine, you know? So we have to keep that in mind. It's very important because if we're just going to force Jacob Fatu and we're going to put him in the main event WrestleMania main event next year or the year after that, guess what? It's going to fall apart. The same way Jay Uso's world title reign fell apart. We'll get to that in a little bit as we get ready to close out the show momentarily at some point. But Jazzy Jane's doing a good job at NXT. She's got some fucking title, I guess. Let me see. What title does Jazzy Jane have? She's the NXT Women's Champion. Okay. Great. I think that's fantastic. She deserves it. She earned it. She's good talent. Jay Cargill, I don't know what happened. Came to the company, big star, main event star. And I think it's probably on both. I think Jay Cargill and TKO dropped the ball with her character. And it's just like whatever. Now they got to lose into Tiffany, which I don't get that. You know, B-Fab can't pin Charlotte Flair, but Jay Cargill's putting over fucking Tiffany, who's greener than goose shit. Don't get it. You know what I mean? Jay Cargill is a top women's champion caliber type of talent. We're not seeing that. Jada Parker. Jada Parker is the future of the business. Big fan of her. I think she got a lot of roads to travel still. She got a long, long way before she could be like women's champion and stuff like that. But she's definitely the future. She's doing her shit. These guys, hold on, I got Scott Steiner back here. These guys got someone on here called Jasper Troy. I don't know who that is, but he looked like he got picked up from the street. It looked like they picked his ass up from Salvation Army, and his coat is bigger than him, which is funny. Jasmine Nix, think she's all right. She's doing a good job with Jazzy Jane. Keep up the good work. JC Mateo, that's just Jeff Cobb's name. Jeff Cobb is JC Mateo in TKO now. You know, Jesus Christ. God bless the soul that came up with that. Um, Good talent. Jeff Cobb been good talent for a long time. For those that know him, he's definitely going to be on the show on the weekend on Retro Slam. Don't know what they're doing with him in TKO. I don't know. Hopefully he'll get respect. I guess. JD McDonough, big fan of him. Great talent. I mean, he's got that tag team title belt with him, so I can't say they're doing him wrong. You know what I mean? The company, I believe, is using JD as best as they can. I think so. I think. Uh, what's this dude's name? Um, Javon Evans. I think he's talented. I think he has a certain look to him, a certain vibe. He kind of reminds me of Jaden Nix a little bit. I think he may be the future of the industry. I just hope that kind of like what happened with Velveteen Dream and Little Boys. I'm hoping that nothing comes out from the background of Javon Evans as dark or weird, you know. So hopefully he has a great career. I think he's great. Jay Uso, the Yeet Man. A lot of people love Jay Uso. A lot of people hate Jay Uso. I don't hate Jay Uso. I don't hate Jay Uso at all. I'm a fan of Jay Uso. I didn't like when he won the title because there was just no reason and it was too soon. And I knew it wasn't going to work, but the company wanted to insist on it. So it is what it is, man. You know, um, great talent, great talent. Not main event talent, but good mid card talent, good worker. Some, you know, Jay Uso should be in the main event sometimes. He could be like in some main event tag team matches, some multi man matches and stuff like that. You know what I mean? And sometimes on rare occasions he can handle it on his own, but they rushed him. I said it was going to happen, and it happened. I said it long ago, and what I said was going to happen happened. That him as champion was not going to work out, and I wasn't wrong about that. Um, he was champion. It counts in his resume, you know. So it is what it is, I guess. But Jay Uso is not someone that has me running to go fucking watch TKO on TV, you know. Jimmy Uso is another one. I don't know what they're doing with him. I mean, I guess shit was all right. You know what I mean? We got Joaquin over here, Joaquin Wild or whatever. He's all right. Don't think much of him. We got Joe Gazy. Joe Gazy is talented beyond anybody's comprehension, but the company just doesn't see what I see in him. Uh, Joe Tessitore, I guess he's all right. He could be a little cringe at times. But I find him and Wade Barrett working together to be fucking boring. Them motherfuckers put me to sleep on commentary. Moving on. John Cena, the doctor of thugonomics. Not anymore. John Cena coming back for his retirement tour. I think it was great. I just think that it was mishandled, poorly handled, and it sucks. But I'm not surprised that TKO mishandled it. Um, I think he's been doing a lot of pointless, unnecessary shit. It's unfortunate that the end of his run is going to go down as one of the worst things he did in his entire career. I've heard people say that the second match he had with Cody was great at SummerSlam. I didn't watch it. I don't plan to watch it, but I heard it was great. I think that's fantastic. Um, his heel run was one of the worst things I've seen in wrestling. It was terrible, and just fucking garbage. I'm glad I turned it off when I turned it off. You know what I mean? But Cena is definitely one of the goats. He's gonna go down as one of the goats. Johnny Gargano is one of my favorites. Great talent, but Johnny Gargano is not very charismatic and stuff like that. And I think that the company, when you put pressure on TKO to work with people that are not charismatic, they're not going to sit there and bring someone in like us in JTV and what we do with MPW, where it's like we're going to talk to people that like is going to give you advice or write promos for you or whatnot. It's not the case. They're just going to send poor Johnny out there to drown. You know what I mean? And it just sucks because we know how talented him and Tommaso Ciampa are, but the company just doesn't know how to fucking manage people. So they didn't once they found out and Johnny Gargano and Tommaso Ciampa were exposed on Monday Night Raw, they realized we really can't do anything. And Triple H started panicking and TKO panicked because they didn't know what to do with them. And the reality of Johnny Gargano is that it doesn't take much to produce him. I don't know how the company didn't realize that. Having Johnny Gargano with Candice LeRae, it writes itself. Why would you not do that? You know what I mean? Tommaso Ciampa, Candice LeRae, Johnny Gargano on TV. What is Johnny Gargano's gimmick, Kevin Impact? Well, I mean, he's a dad. Why not build him as the cool guy? We did it with Jey Uso, right? You could have built him as a cool guy. Be yourself, can't be no one else. Shit was fire. Shit was dope. You know what I mean? That could have catapulted him to better, but the machine couldn't get behind him to where they could teach him or manage him to where he can get to that next level. And that's why he's falling now. Oh, somebody going to jail. That's why he's falling like as to where he's at. You know what I mean? Jordan Grace, big fan. She is a major deal to the company. I knew she was going to sign with them and leave TNA. I think it's fine. Why is she not on Raw and SmackDown right now? I don't know. I guess they're taking their time with her, but she needs to be on Raw and SmackDown right now, preferably Monday Night Raw. That's where Jordan Grace belongs. Um, if anything, it should have been Alexa Bliss and her as tag team champions, not Charlotte. We don't need Charlotte with titles anymore. You know what I mean? Obviously, TKO disagrees, but y'all still want to watch him and support him. So what can I say? Josh Briggs from NXT, he's cool. Julius Creed, fantastic talent. Kyrie Sane, that's the name I was forgetting. Phenomenal talent. She deserves so much more credit. She's a world champion caliber type of star. Dale Dixon, I don't know who the hell that is. Carmen Petrovic from NXT, think she's all right. She seems like a mid-carder. I see nothing in her. Kalani Jordan, good talent. She's got a few years before she could really get to like that main event level, but she's good talent. You know what I mean? She's probably good for like tag team and singles matches. Uh, Kelly Kincaid is over at WWE. I watched her. I think it was an NWA and a little in TNA, and I know how talented she is. She does good work. Kendall Gray, I don't know who the fuck that is. Kevin Owens. I might have a few things to say about KO. So my take on Kevin Owens is this. Kevin Owens, I like. I like Kevin Owens because he makes me laugh. I think he is talented and I think he can be entertaining. But Kevin Owens is just very generic, a little boring, and he's not very good on the mic. A lot of people will argue with me and say that's not true, but it is true. He's not very good on the mic. At times, he could be a little cringe, a little PG, a little corny, and just sometimes it's better to just have him say a few things and let it go. But he's very passionate, and the stuff he did with Sami Zayn was great. The mic work stuff that they did was fantastic. And I like the stuff he did with Stone Cold Steve Austin, even though it was poorly produced. You know what I mean? Not the match. The match was fucking amazing. It was the build-up that was terrible. Stone Cold not being there at all for the whole build-up was just fucking dog shit. You know what I mean? And it was just corny the way they built it. I just thought it was fucking terrible. Kevin Owens is definitely a mid-carder now. He's fallen into that. He had potential to be world champion when he was fighting John Cena and shit like that on Raw in 2015 or something. He had potential. Sometime after that, it just kind of went away. And he's been stuck where he's at ever since. Kevin Owens is not a top guy. Kevin Owens is not going to be a top guy because he doesn't have it in him, and TKO doesn't know how to manufacture him to be a top guy. So it's a lose lose. We're not going to get Kevin Owens as a top guy. We'll get Kevin Owens like to take on top people and to work programs like he did with Randy Orton, but he is not a top guy, and that's not going to change. Kiana James, she's great, talented, good looking woman. They need to just keep pushing her. Um, she's a long way. She's a very very long way from being champion and stuff like that. But I think she's great. LA Knight, I feel like they've been wasting a lot of time with LA Knight. LA Knight is now at a stage where it's like he could still win the world title and blow up, but I'm not waiting for it, and I just don't see it no more, you know. And I like LA Knight, you know, even though he's a fucking Stone Cold and Rock ripoff, and he's really fucking corny and PG, and he's just fucking cringe on the mic sometimes. I think that he's great and he's catchy. You know what I mean? He's catchy, he's great, he's entertaining, he's a little charismatic. He is charismatic. LA Knight is charismatic, but there's something missing from LA Knight, and the company can't figure it out. Moving on. Last Legend. Last Legend is talented, beautiful woman, great. She's a long time away from being women's champion and stuff like that, but I think she's the future of the company. Like, in my opinion, I think she's the future of the company. Do I think the company feels the same way? No, I think the company is going to release her at some point. I think they're going to just let her go, and because they're not going to know what to do with her. The metaphor thing she's been doing, amazing, amazing, amazing is the metaphor. I think it's fantastic. Lexus King, Lexus King, talented guy. I'm a big fan of his. I'm kind of good friends with his aunt, and I just think that, or his grandmother, I think I'm friends with, and I just know what I would do with Lexus King on my roster. But it's just sad that TKO doesn't see it because that guy should be on Monday Night Raw cutting edgy promos and doing edgy shit. And it's like they just don't see it. I don't know. Shout out to Lillian Garcia, true legend. Liv Morgan, man, she's come a long way. Liv Morgan has come so far in the fucking business, man, that it's amazing. I'm glad she's been champion a few times, tag team champion. Everything that Liv Morgan has gotten, she earned it. And I have a lot of respect for Liv Morgan. She could talk on the mics. You know, she's got a lot going on. She's great. Healthy for the WWE. Logan Paul, good wrestler, good social media guy. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like the whole thing with MPW. Um, MPW having OG Wheezy and them coming in being social media people. And there's nothing wrong with that. You know what I mean? It brings the ratings. That's kind of like where Logan Paul comes in. You know what I mean? He's fucking ratings guy. Well, I don't know about ratings, but he's a social media guy that brings in eyes from social media. And I get that. You know what I mean? I understand. But I don't know. I think Logan Paul is fucking boring. He gets dry. And that's a big problem, man. You know, when Logan gets dry like that. But Logan is edgy. He's very edgy. He has the look, and he's a good wrestler. And that it really protects him. You know what I mean? I get bored and I don't get excited when I see Logan Paul. But when Logan Paul talks shit on the mic, I like when he does that. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. Lola Vice, she represented for all the Cubans and all the blacks. You know what I'm saying? She's showing love to us, and it's all respect. She got a long fucking way to go because she's kind of a bimbo. Don't take that the wrong way. You know what I'm saying? She's kind of she's not a bimbo. She's a more of a diva. You know what I mean? Lola Vice is eye candy, and she's a diva, but she's a good wrestler. She's kind of a good wrestler, and she's good talent. And if she had more of an edge, there might be more an opportunity for her to get higher in TKO. But I'm telling you that it's not going to happen. And the reason it's not going to happen is because of her mic skills. She's not very good at promos. That's the problem. she speaks from the heart, even though I think sometimes she says fake shit just to get a pop. But she's not very good on the mic, and some not only is it cringe, but also sometimes it's kind of embarrassing too. You know what I mean? That certain shit that she says that just sounds off. So she should have somebody with her. Luca Cristofino, I know he's with Tony Nese, not Tony Nese, Tony D'Angelo. I don't have much to say about that guy. Lucian Price, not much to say. He's a bit of a fucking weirdo. Is this Lucian Price? Ludwig, good talent. You know, Lyra Valkyria, good talent. Um, Good champion, good TV wrestler. Not very good on the mic, but good talent. Who else we got? Maxine Dupree. Maxine Dupree is another diva who is good for managing, good for eye candy. I wouldn't say she's a very great wrestler, but she's a good on-screen character, and I'm a big fan of her. And she's made a lot of progress. Um, Megan Morant, she's great. Michael Cole, little bitch. Uh, Meechin, Meechin is okay. You know what I'm saying? She's all right. She's mid card talent. She's not really women's world title material type. You know, she's pretty basic and she's pretty garbage to be honest. But she's still good talent. She's all right. She should be in TNA or WWE. Mike Rome, I'm cool with Mike Rome because Corey liked Mike Rome. I like Mike Rome. Um, Miles Bourne, I guess he's dating Stephanie Valkyr. I think. Kudos to him. Correct me if I'm wrong in the comments. You know, I have nothing to say about that dude because I don't know him. Mr. Stone in WWE, who was Robbie E in TNA. I think he's okay. Good talent. Naomi's good talent. Natalia's a legend that deserves much more respect, much more talent, especially being one of the few from the Hart family. Um, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? The company treats her like she's a fucking mid carder when the truth is that she's one of the most important people on the roster, you know. And she should be looked at as more important than Randy Orton. That's how serious I take Natalia and her background, how she should be treated. But I just think Natalia strikes me as the kind of person that she's okay being jobbed out and being in the mid card. And that's the problem. She's not just hungry to want it, but she's been champion before and stuff like that. She's tried, you know. Nathan Fraser's another talented guy. I don't really like him. Something about him, I just don't like him, but he's cool. Nia Jax, I like, and then I don't like, and then I like, and then I don't like. Nia Jax pissed me off recently because she threw one of the girls, I think it was Kalani or somebody, I think it was Jazzy Jane on NXT. She pushed her and almost she fucking broke her neck or some shit or hit her head. I thought it was very unprofessional. We've seen time and time again Nia Jax being unprofessional. You know what I mean? She's very reckless in the fucking ring. And I think Nia Jax needs to be in the bloodline. She needs to be cutting edgy promos and talking shit about people and running her mouth. And I think that someone needs to have a serious conversation with her and tell her, yo, stop fucking wrestling like you're driving reckless, you know, on a highway. Start taking time to consider not hurting people. You know what I mean? Nick Aldis, great SmackDown general manager. Nikki Cross, good talent. Um, Nikita Lyons, good looking girl, good talent. You know, she's skilled, but she's a long way from being anything. She's more eye candy. Nico Vance, I don't know who the fuck that is. Noam Dar's talented. Oba Femi is all right. You know, he's kind of boring. Um, Pretty basic, generic type of guy. Not really much to him. Omos needs to come back to TV. I like Omos, very talented. He needs to be in a faction or he needs to be with someone because by himself he can't do it. Otis is okay. He's a good WWE superstar. Pete Dunne, just I feel like they dropped the ball with him. Pentagon is my boy. Love Pentagon. I see him as a world's champion. I'm sure TKO does not. Um, I give respects to Paul Heyman. Not really too much anymore because he became a fucking stooge. I mean, Paul Heyman has always been a stooge, but these days he's taking it to the next level. Pat McAfee, I used to like, but he just became accidentally TKO and Pat McAfee accidentally exposed the real Pat McAfee, and I just don't really like him anymore. I think he's cringe now and just kind of fucking boring and PG. I don't like that dude no more. Um, Raquel Rodriguez been killing it. She represented for Brown Pride. She's been doing a phenomenal job. She's got to keep going. Randy Orton still holding it down after all these years, ruthless aggression, everything. He's great. He should be the face of the company, actually. Randy Orton should be the top guy in WWE right now. But whatever. What do I know? R-Truth being back is comedic after they fired him. Um, from my understanding, they've sent him back to being goofy R-Truth because the heel serious R-Truth didn't work out. I mean, it's TKO. What did you expect? Piper Niven, I'm a big fan of her. Ricky Saints, big fan of his. He's fantastic. He should be on SmackDown if he's on NXT. Rhea Ripley is definitely one of my favorites for sure. She's fantastic. I think she's healthy for the product. I know I've talked to Ray and a couple of people who have hated her for feel that she's like overhyped and stuff like that. I don't agree with that. I think that she's healthy for the product, much healthier than Charlotte Flair. I don't think she's held the title enough times to make it to where it's like she's held it enough. I think her as champion's been healthy, has been strong. I don't think she needs to get the title back anytime soon. But she's great. She's a great WWE superstar, just like Rey Mysterio. Still holding it down, still doing his thing, still the GOAT. Ray Phoenix, still another GOAT. I'm not expecting TKO to know how to use Ray Phoenix and Penta, but oh well. It is what it is. But those two guys are amazing, and hopefully they'll get together soon, go after some tag team title gold, and maybe even explore the world title. Who knows? Roxanne Perez was all right, and then she was just fucking garbage when she was trying to rip off AJ Lee, and then she just went back and reinventing herself, and she's been doing phenomenal. I'm a big fan of Roxanne. She's definitely one of the top women in TKO, and you have to pay attention to her a little bit more because if not, you're going to ruin her. Roman Reigns, I like Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns is terrible on the mic. Roman Reigns have had times when he was good on the mic and when she cut pretty good promos, and he lit the house up. His Usi promo in particular had me rolling. Um, and I am a fan of the Bloodline. I am. I don't like the Shield. I think the Shield is fucking garbage and overrated. But the Bloodline was the Bloodline is the best faction that Roman has ever been in and can ever be in. Putting him with Paul Heyman was the best decision that they could make because Roman to this day is not good on the mic, and it's very dangerous that he's by himself now. I think he's by himself. I'm not sure, but Roman is old enough to know how to protect himself now, so I think he'll be fine. But he is not good on the mic. He's not a very great wrestler, but he's a good worker. He's a good worker. He can perform. He can have great matches. Um, and he's really a forced legend. You know what I mean? Because Roman is not organic. Roman is manufactured, and that's the problem by Vince McMahon and Triple H and TKO. And that's the reason Roman just doesn't work. Roman works for the modern PG fans because it's easy to impress the modern PG fans. But for the real pro wrestling fans, they know that Roman is okay. He's all right. And this whole thing about him being champion, I don't know, for 5 years, however the fuck long he was champion, that's bullshit. That's all WWE. That's all TKO trying to just make him the guy because they needed someone to take that role. You know what I mean? To try to talk about them and say, well, you could put Roman Reigns next to Stone Cold and The Rock and Hulk Hogan. They needed someone to do that, and they have someone that you could have done that with, and that's Randy Orton. That's who you should have done that with. But Randy got hurt, different things was going on, and Vince McMahon wanted Roman. They wanted Roman. So they made Roman. And when they made Roman, The problem with it is that Roman doesn't have all the credentials to even be Roman Reigns, and that's part of the problem. So Roman on the mic more than about 3 minutes, it's a dangerous game to play with Roman, especially as a face. As a face, you're taking a chance putting him on the mic. As a talent, as a baby face talent, people love Roman now, and that's not going to change. It's not going to go away. I love Roman. I got mad love for Roman, and I got mad respect for Roman after leukemia. So, shout out to him. Rich Holland, I don't like Rich Holland ever since he ended Big E's career, dropped him right in his fucking head, right in his neck. Um, I think Rich Holland is generic and basic. I don't got nothing to say about that guy. I give respect to Robert Roode, who deserved more respect, but he's retired. Santos Escobar is okay. They got to keep him on either TNA or AAA. Sami Zayn, I like Sami Zayn, but Sami Zayn is just he's fucking generic, man. You know, the only time Sami Zayn work is promos. Promos is like the best thing he's got. In the ring, he's decent. He can have great matches. Not every match that Sammy has is great. Some fucking suck. But he can have great matches. But his promo is where he has the most that has saved him. If Sammy was not good at promos, that's it. He would probably be like where Kevin Owens is at. And he is sort of where Kevin Owens is at. Rusev is back. I haven't watched one WWE show with Rusev on it since he's been back. Have no interest, but I'm happy. And from my understanding, they already dropped the ball. Rusev is great talent, but I mean, Rusev is limited too, so I can't just blame TKO. Sean Spears, good talent. This is a world champion caliber type of guy, but nobody sees it but me. And whatever, you know what I mean? Shane McMahon is still on the website. I don't know what's up with that. That's kind of weird that Shane McMahon is on the fucking website because I don't know. I don't know. I thought he was gone. You know what I mean? I'm gonna skip Seth Rollins. Sarah Scriber's great. You know what I mean? Sheamus is great. That's the GOAT. Nakamura's the GOAT. Should have been world champion. So Ruka is talented. She's the future of the business. Solo Sikoa is the future of the business. I think he's on a higher pedestal than Jacob Fatu. Jacob Fatu needs to work to where Solo Sikoa is at. A lot of people will disagree with me and say, no, it's the opposite. I don't think it's the opposite. I don't think it's the opposite. Tamatonga, they dropped the fucking ball. This whole yee yee shit he was doing, whatever the fuck, they should have smacked the shit out of him when he started doing that stupid ass shit. Terrible. Absolute fucking garbage. Stevie Turner, good looking girl, don't know who she is. Stephanie Valkyrie, future of the business. Stephanie McMahon is a weirdo and power hungry and just worthless to the WWE. Tavian Heights, don't know. I don't know if he was No Way Jose or what. I don't know. I've seen him a few times. He's all right. Tatum Paxley is talented. She's a good looking girl. She got a long way to go. Tank Ledger, I guess he got a tag team title in NXT. He got work to do. Tamina's retired. Titus O'Neil was pretty good talent. Tiffany Stratton, fan of Tiffany Stratton. I am, but she just fucking garbage. You know what I mean? Nothing special on the microphone, and just as herself, like she just doesn't know how to really be nothing else other than a fucking bimbo diva. You know what I mean? And I don't hate Tiffany Stratton. I like her and I'm a fan, but I'm not gonna lie. Thea Hale's talented. I think she's good in NXT for a bit. The Miz deserves much more respect. He's much more important to the company. A lot of people on there. Same as Tommaso Ciampa. Tonga Loa is a fucking idiot. Tony D'Angelo is, I think, the future of the business. Same as Trick Williams. Tyson DuPont. I don't know who that is. Tyreek Igwe. Don't know who the fuck that is. Tyler Bate is my boy. I look at him as the future or the modern day Mr. Perfect. I guess the company disagrees. As far as Triple H, fuck him. Big Joseph. Oh, this NXT guy. He's all right. He does all right with Booker T over there. Valhalla, talented. I wasn't big on Sarah Logan like that. I'm not gonna lie. You know what I mean? But ever since she came back and got put with the Viking Raiders, I gotta give it to TKO. That shit has been dope. Yuri Connors. I don't know who the fuck that is. Uncle Howdy It's over. Let it go. They dropped the ball. William Regal, go. Wesley, future of the business. Wendy Chu, she's decent, good talent for sure. Wade Barrett, I mean, get the fuck off commentary, Wade. Get the Nexus back. Fucking terrible on commentary. All right. Selena Vega talented. Maybe they dropped the ball. Maybe they didn't. She's gone stale. Syria, maybe she's the future of the business. She's great. Fuck Xavier Woods, weird ass. Ren Sinclair, good looking girl, talented, future of the business. Zoe Stark, don't know what happened. That's my last one. Zoe Stark is the last one. I ran out of superstars. I tried to go through everybody. I just went through both of the AEW and the WWE rosters all in this video. You know what I mean? So that's that. That being said, we're going to take some time to attempt to close the show out slowly, momentarily. In the process of doing that, I'm going to put, once again, another video on display while we go into our conversation. Now is the time when you guys want to start asking questions. Ask me what you want to ask me, say what you want to say, and we'll take time before we close the show out. We have been on the air. I don't even know. I don't see it. Oh, holy shit! We just hit the 4 hour mark. I thought we just hit the 3 hour mark. Jesus Christ! I've been talking for 4 hours. God bless me. But I love it, man, because it's my passion. But you know, um, let me put something here on the screen real fast. Put something on the screen real fast, so we could have our little chat. Gabish. So let's see here. So y'all go ahead and talk to me, man. What do you want to talk about? Let's see. Where do I start? Somebody said they love Stephanie McMahon. That was VIP. Uh, she more like her father than she knows. I would definitely say Stephanie McMahon is definitely like her pops, maybe even worse. I'm wearing Tiffany Stratton shirt right now. That's my boy, Triple H. Oh, I'm sure that's your boy, VIP. I'm sure he is. Wade said he come back do a match with Drew. Yeah, that could probably work. I got Devin saying, I always beat you, Nick. Devin obviously still want to get his hands on Nick Kaikan. I thought, I'm excited for the next time I'll be back on MPW. I think you guys do a fantastic job. I'm looking forward to talking to the OG at some point. It's probably going to be after this video, to be honest with you, as we get ready to close things out soon, since I've been on the air for 4 hours. Jesus Christ. But I'm trying to read everybody's comments here. It says y'all have over 285 comments on here. Y'all have been killing that comment section. I really appreciate y'all for that. Yeah, Devin still wants a piece of Nick. DVW, MPW's killing it. I'm very proud, very excited. They deserve it, man, because they've been working at this for quite some time. So I'm very happy to see that MPW and DVW starting to get thousands of views now on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? And hopefully some of that love could rub off over here too. You know what I mean? Because I've been busting my ass with this damn show since the longest time when I walked in here in 2014, So hopefully we all share love for each other. You know what I mean? What am I reading? Let's see. To Kevin, what's your opinion on Call and the pro wrestling circuit community? Can we show this on screen? I'm in the wrong area. Oh, no wonder I can't see none of this shit. There we go. There we go. Here we go. Let's highlight. Dan Rapture says, to Kevin, what your opinion on Call and the pro wrestling circuit community? Well, I think that it's a very exciting time to be in the JTV, MPW, DVW locker rooms, because I've been telling Shannon and a couple people for quite some time that something was going to happen this year, and that I was getting vibes and stuff like that. And not to get too cryptic and not to get too dark, but and you could call me crazy, but I really do believe that we're going to go viral at some point because what we are bringing to the table for virtual wrestling, and it's not just so important for Call, but it's so good that a lot of people go, I don't even want to watch wrestling on television anymore because I want to watch JTV. You know, they want to watch us. So I take that in high regards. And by the way, y'all gonna love the Hall of Fame. Let me just say that. But I take it in high regards, man, that it's my responsibility not to be manipulative, not to be a tyrant, not to be toxic, not to manipulate talent, not to control JTV in a negative way. You know what I mean? I've never done it. I don't plan to start, but to bring out the very best in everybody. So with this question, Dan, I feel like we're in a good place. I think things will continue to get better. I do believe that it's a lot of lazy motherfuckers in JTV and MPW. I can't speak for DBW because it's a different roster, but MPW and JTV, we definitely need to shake the laziness. We need to spam the fuck out of all social media posts. We need to share this video everywhere. MPW everywhere. I guess at this point, share JTV more since MPW got it good. You know what I'm saying? They're working on their thousands of views, and I'm very happy for that. You know what I'm saying? But we got to do our shit too. You know what I mean? And it comes with that support. Supporting is important. When shit is being put out and you're not doing your part for that, you're not helping. You're bringing us down. You know what I mean? So it's very very important to stay like that. But I think that we're in a good place. I think we continue growing. I think we'll continue being successful alongside MPW and DBW, and I'm excited for what we're doing. Um, what else do we have here? Oh, I was on the bottom. VIP says, when are we going to have VIP on the City of Impact? Well, maybe your memory is a little clogged up, but you showed up here before with your BKS buddies. You know what I mean? And I thought you did a good job. I thought we talked about some good stuff. I'm not afraid to say that I love you like a brother on the air. I might not agree with what you do at work with BKS, but it's a lot of love for sure. I'm very proud of you. I think you stepped up a lot. Former world heavyweight champion, former hardcore champion, um, and also what was it? Total champion, I believe. You're total champion. So movie star, everything that you've accomplished over the years, and you're actually on the screen right now with a gas mask. I remember this. This is when Shendon was terrorizing you. How he stopped you like that. That man in the limousine, that man pulled up with a bike. So, anyways, yeah, I think we're at some point in time, we'd definitely love to have you come on the show. All right. For our next one, we got, I want to say this is Devin Kiloa, says, we want OG Wheezy on the city. Yes, I think Wheezy needs to come down. I think you should come down with him, Devin, and you should bring your other boy. Carius, I get his name wrong. I forget the other guy that we just got with us that been supporting for a while. We definitely need to bring y'all on this show, and we need to talk wrestling. And I would like the background of DVW, and I would like your mindset on the business now today. You know what I mean? So I think that and a couple of things we need to talk about. Y'all coming on here. You know what I mean? We just had an MPW, from my understanding, um, Devin, and I think it was OG that just got the tag team title belts. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm still catching up. And MPW is attempting to produce compelling television that is going to garner ratings, attention, and is edgy. And that's the reason why I like MPW and DBW, because That's the type of wrestling I like to watch that I'm not getting on television, and that's why I'm pissed off about it. You know, let's like JTV, and that's why I like it, and that's the reason they're getting the ratings that they're getting. That's why they're doing so well, because Ray finally decided to make the decision that others didn't make. You know what I mean? Instead of being fucking selfish, you know, it's about the business, it's about the talent, it's about the direction, you know. So those guys being on top, Malcolm Berry doing his shit. Ray. I saw Ray. Ray was doing his shit on the last show, the last DBW show. 1 hour show that garnered over 2,000 views. I'm very, very proud of that. Very excited. Um, I don't know if I can say this on here, but I have definitely mentioned the idea that, and I'm sure it'll piss some people off, but you know, DVW could be coming to Sunday nights and MPW, because fans have definitely showed positive feedback that MPW is loved with DVW on Sunday nights. So why not? You know what I mean? So I'm excited for that. So definitely would love to have you boys on here for sure. I'd like to talk to OG, see what he has to say. What other questions we have? What the hell is this? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. I'm talking about a solo episode. You come down, you talk to me, and we could talk about chocolate chips. You know what I mean? What other questions do we have here? Nick Kaiken, of course, taking his shots on the Kiloas. Those Devin Kiloa kiss asses are dead men. Devin Kiloa putting out a threat right here on episode 16 of City of Impact. Um, Nick Kaiken, the first time coming on here, was one of the highest rated episodes that I've had for City of Impact, as we continue to say thank you on this 2 year anniversary of the City of Impact today. Since we've been on here for so long, I'm probably going to take, you know, probably another 13 minutes to take questions, whatever y'all want to say. And, you know, I'm going to close the show out. I got Mark Bannon saying, when the Ace coming back to the city? Um, Probably when you can prove to me that you can hang on to the World's Television Championship belt. And if I could see that you could hold on to it, you know, all the way to Ultimate Showdown, and maybe even go as far as to beat, maybe all it's going to take is for you to beat Mr. Amazing at Chemical Warfare. If you can beat Mr. Amazing at Chemical Warfare, I would say it's worthy that you earn another visit to City of Impact, and it just be you by yourself. You know what I mean? But I mean, there's been a lot of drama going on in JTV within the Iron Misfits. Obviously, you guys have been having issues with Convel Wolf, you know, known and COH and all that. And For those that remember GSF or Ray Geddes, Convel Lupo, um, you know, was with Iron Misfits. You guys started out back last year at ECW. I think it was a year before, actually, 2 years ago. And Convel's been gone. He's been out of the picture. You know what I'm saying? From my understanding, he's getting ready to come back real soon. We have a few things to address. But nonetheless, a lot of stuff been going on in the Iron Misfits. And it's been drama, man. You know what I mean? It's been drama. You guys have to refocus. I would say that you guys should be more focused on working on y'all's team than going on City of Impact. But I mean, I get it. I get it. You know, City of Impact has become y'all show, to where we're edgy. We come on here, people speak their minds, and nobody gets censored. Um, it's been important to me for the last 2 years of this show being on the air that that be the case. We done had stories from Chris Constance, who came on here. He told his story, what happened to him and his accident, and you know, few heartfelt words from VIP. BKS was on here. Devin Kiloa was on here. Nick Kaiken was on here. The list went on and on. I mean, this is the 16th installment of the City of Impact, and it's only the 16th episode, and we've already been around 2 years. So I would definitely say that I do have interest in the future to continue doing City of Impact, even if I retire, whatever happens. I still think that I would still do the city. I think so, and you know, I I take a lot of pride in this. Like I said, man, this means a lot to me, and I hate when people come into this and want to try to hurt, you know, the good things that we have because there's just no reason. In this industry, we should all love each other. We should all respect each other, appreciate each other because our time and call is very short. And I keep saying that, and I believe in that, and I mean that. So it bothers me when we can't get something right. You know what I mean? We're talking about years and years of us spending time with each other. We're our family away from home, and we should appreciate each other, man. We should be, we should have even people I had problems with in the past. I mean, we should have stayed loving each other. I didn't have a problem with anybody. I only spoke my mind and people didn't like it. And that just because I tell the truth and speak my mind, that makes me a bad guy. Cut me a fucking break. You know what I mean? Cut me a fucking break. People just don't want to fucking hear it. They're entitled, you know. But I don't want to start talking about none of that. I'm just saying that just try to enjoy like all this time that we have in call. Enjoy it, love it, appreciate it, have fun. Don't be in it for egos. Don't be in it for ratings. You know what I'm saying? Fuck all that. Have your fun and grow and learn and meet people. That's why I got into call. You know what I mean? I got to meet people. I got to have a lot of really talented people come and wrestle in the JTV ring. I got the opportunity to meet Ray. I'm very happy to have this relationship with MPW and DBW now and getting to know everybody. I'm proud of the shit. There's people that just have egos. You know what I mean? I don't mind losing to somebody. I don't mind being second to somebody. I don't mind being second best at anything. You know what I mean? I just do my fucking job and that's it. That's what I'm supposed to be doing. You know what I mean? So it's just sad. We should love each other more. We should appreciate each other more. And that's the truth. What other questions y'all got? I got one from Constance says, what do you think JTV, MPW, DBW having a super show called Gemstone Odyssey? Well, I like the name Gemstone Odyssey. I think that sounds dope. I think that would be excellent. There's conversations going on like that right now, Constance, that I'm sure you're aware of. We don't come on here and be on some fake shit. There's conversations like that going on about something like that. But it's something that when we get OG and Devin and me and Ray and we get you and we get the right people, maybe we could start having that conversation and maybe something will happen and maybe there will be a big mega show and Gemstone Odyssey will be considered as a name. I'm a big fan. I can only imagine like the detail to the show with it being Gemstone Odyssey. You know what I mean? So something to keep in mind. You got to chill out, Dan. 2 years ago, he left us, Kevin. 2 years ago, he left us. I'm not sure who Dan is talking about. VIP is organic. I think that we've done a good job working together to present them. I think we've done an excellent job with that VIP. Um, Props, kudos. I can agree with that. Devin, thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you for the congratulations on the anniversary. I was very honored and proud to have y'all on here and working with y'all. Just, you know, the absolute best right now with DVW and MPW, and I'm hyped and I'm proud. So thank you for that, sir. We definitely appreciate that. Um, Thank you, Dan. Happy 2 year anniversary, Kevin Impact. Well, it isn't my anniversary, it's the anniversary of the show. This is the show that y'all made popular. I mean, this is a show, this is like our Hot 97, our breakfast club and call, to come on here and to speak our minds and to have fun. It's what the business is supposed to be. We're supposed to be having fun. You know what I'm saying? So that's why we're here. I think Nick asked thoughts on BKS business with Malcolm Berry. I don't know what's going on. I mean, obviously there's been some issues that Malcolm Berry has had with BKS for a couple years. I can remember back in JTV 19, Malcolm Berry running his mouth. You know what I'm saying? I can remember him telling some lies as well. But I also remember him taking some shots at BKS and him wanting a piece of BKS. Even when I was running BKS, he wanted a piece of it. You know what I mean? And at the time, I thought Malcolm Berry was just clout chasing when he wanted to mention me and the BKS guys. But as time went on, I'm not there anymore, so I'm not really sure. I think it's something deeper that Barry's not telling us. Um, you never know. This is a crazy business that we're into. Could I suggest that could Shendon and Malcolm Berry be working together behind the scenes? I don't know. The damn Skull Brotherhood came back from the shadows. Anything is possible, but I think it's just hatred. I think he just hates BKS, or he feels like he has a point to prove. You know, BKS just feels like a mountain that I guess Barry feels like he wants to climb. You know what I mean? He wants to go past that mountain. I guess I don't know, but I hope it gets worse. In my opinion, I hope it gets real bad with Malcolm Berry and BKS. You know what I mean? So it's a reason to watch DVW and MPW because of the creative, compelling drama that it's occurring. It's good TV. You know what I mean? Now, Malcolm Berry wants to try to come over and try to get his ass beat in JTV. I mean, the forbidden door is open, and he could thank himself for that. Miss J needs to come to the city. I agree. Malcolm who? Um, I can see that happening, Chris. Devin, the Divine Hallows are better than BKS. Can't wait for that to happen. Uh, Also, that's what your dumbass faction is called. Shot at Devin. You're a dollar store BKS. Ouch. Timu BKS, you mean, Nick? Ouch. Even Dan is jumping in on this. Either way, uh, the elephant in the room should be stamped his way to the city. I can definitely tell y'all that the elephant in the room will definitely be on this show when the time is right. We're not trying to rush into none of that, taking it easy. Right now, the elephant in the room needs to get on TV. He needs to get his ass back to work, and he needs to prove to me that he can do his shit. And then maybe in due time, we'll see what happens. Maybe in due time, it will come to fruition that he will come here to the city of Impact, and we're probably both going to get canceled. Conville left us in the Iron Misfits 2 years ago. Oh yeah, for sure. I wouldn't say Conville left. I think things got in the way that we could talk about later. I mean, he's on my list. He'll be on this show at some point. He's on my list. He was actually supposed to be my next guest, but instead I just went with Devin Kiloa. Um, Raise your cup glasses to the 2 year anniversary of the City of Impact. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. A toast. Toast to all of us. A toast to all of y'all. Speaking of which, BKS has an open invitation to come to MPW DVW. I would love to see it. It's been a while since BK has been out there. I would love to see it. What else we got? We need to get Amber in the city. Amber Rocks is definitely on my list for future guests. And but I've reached out to Amber in the past. It's just that Amber is not, very comfortable with coming on here talking. Same as someone else that I won't mention. Some people are just not really comfortable just talking in a podcast and in a wrestling scenario environment and stuff like that is different. You know what I mean? But when we're talking about a situation where it's like, um, you're talking to someone, people don't always feel comfortable doing that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not going to force her and I'm not going to blame her. But if Amber Rocks absolutely wants to come on here, would love to have Amber Rocks as a guest. And selfishly and toxically and manipulatively, I'm probably going to talk to her and try to encourage her to come on here, but I'm not going to force her if inevitably the answer continues to be no. It's just something I'm not going to do because that would not be okay. And I'm not going to do that to her. So that's that. Okay? Um Holler if you hear me. Let's put this shit on the screen real fast. We're getting ready for the Hall of Fame. So I might as well put this up on the screen, mention a few people. Um, Obviously, there's King Leo for those that know him, and for those that don't know him, JTV's King Leo, not to be confused with another King Leo. King Leo, formerly known as King Size back in the day. There's Mike Rio, you know what I mean? There's King Leo. King Leo is someone that me and No Kills No from back in the day, and former world champion, true legend, someone who should be here today, in my opinion. But the only reason that I'm mentioning him is because of the fact that um, we're getting ready for the Hall of Fame, and Bison is in this video. Um, those are two guys that paved the way for JTV. Of course, Jay Rio, who just left the ring. There's another guy, Mike Rio. But King Leo and Bison, when they were in the hoods in the SVR era, paved the way. I can't put King Leo in the Hall of Fame because he won't let me. He won't talk to me. He should talk to me. But Bison is going into the Hall of Fame real soon in a couple weeks, and I'm excited. This is a on-screen persona that deserves it, along with a few others. Okay, so looking forward to the Hall of Fame. I think it's going to be fantastic. Um, let's see if there's anything else that I need to comment on. Devin Kiloa says, Nick, get a career before you step to me. Nick says, I have one, and it's been beating your ass once a Sunday. VIP says, I got a major announcement to make on the City of Impact. We will see. You're a dead man like the rest of your crew, Devin. Stop the cap, says Devin. All right. I'm getting ready to close the show out momentarily. Y'all need to let me know if you have any more questions for me. Episode 17, I'm going to be having a guest. Someone is going to be coming on here, and I will be revealing that person not now, but stay tuned to the Facebook page. If you're not following us on Facebook, definitely follow us, JTB Wrestling, on Facebook. We have a page, and breaking announcements will definitely be taking place there. As we continue to get our website back, our website's been down for a while, but our website's been down because it's going to be kind of like an autobiography now. Everybody's going to have like their bio, so all of that takes time. So looking forward to that. I'm excited and looking just forward to more positive things in call and in wrestling. And yeah, I mean, a lot of good things going on. Devin says, "Nah, I'm good. Can't wait for the next episode." Chris Constance says, "DBW presents home movies. I used to love home movies on Adult Swim." Devin Kiloa says, "When will you step in the ring on MPW or DBW?" Is he asking me that question, or you got to specify, Devin? Who are you asking that question to? Is it someone in the comments, or is it Nick? If you specify, I'd be happy to answer that question if it's related to me. But yeah, I just want to keep thanking y'all, man. 2-year anniversary. This has been amazing. It's been a great experience. I love this. This is what I'm into, what I enjoy. Being able to speak my mind and to share passion is just amazing. It's a great feeling. And that's the reason I love it. And I keep saying that I love y'all because it's exactly what I should be saying. So it is what it is. So before I wrap up, I'm gonna wait to see about Devin. Okay, so Devin is talking about me. So let's put this back up. So I really appreciate that you're asking me this and putting me on the spot. It really, really, really means a lot. And I'm very surprised coming from you that you're saying this because sometimes it feels like we got some heat, even though we do get along. And people kind of wish you and I would fight, but we're not gonna fight because I'm cool with you. You know what I'm saying? We're not always gonna agree on the same things, but I'm definitely cool with you. So y'all can suck on that. Um, basically, I'm not gonna beat around the bush or anything. I feel like I'm happy where I'm at. I have trained a little bit. You know, some time back I got to train with Ryan Seal and his wife. She's getting ready to get in the JTV ring and debut. I got the opportunity to train with someone who's coming to JTV who I can't talk about yet. I've been training. I have been training at the Performance Center, and I've gotten the opportunity to work with Conscience, train with him a little bit too, and I've been feeling it a little bit, getting back in that ring, but I've been really satisfied and really happy. And I just feel like out of respect for Mr. Amazing being my last 1v1 match, I'm just very, very happy with the result. You know what I mean? We went at it. The better man won. Mr. Amazing is the new Kevin Impact. And I feel like I've done my work prior to certain things you have heard, Devin, from people who have lied about me. I've never been really any of those things. If I've been toxic and any of that, it's been in a good way and it's been for the better half. It hasn't been to hurt anybody or manipulate nobody because I'm just not into the shit. So part of the reason I retired is because I didn't want to get in anybody's way. It was time for the talent to shine. I got out the way. The simulated guys got out the way. Kane Azrael, Newsom Club, everybody, Flash, and we focus on PvP, the PvP talent that need their time. So y'all don't need me to come back. Y'all don't need Kevin Impact to come back. It's just not needed. You have so many good talent in MPW, DVW, JTV that just you don't need me there. That's the reason why I don't try to put the focus on me a lot. And um it's important to me, Would I like to wrestle in DVW and MPW? I mean, you motherfuckers are gonna have to really convince me creatively. And I mean, we're gonna have to be doing good TV if I'm gonna work with y'all. But I've wrestled for very few little car promotions for reasons of fear of mishandling of my creative. You know what I mean? And in the past, from what I've seen, all the places that I've wrestled in, every single promoter has shit the bed with their use of Kevin Impact. They either treated me like a chump, a mid carder, a nobody, you know, or just didn't know what to do with me. And granted, there's someone that treated me like a star, but that person wasn't a very great person. So I left that promotion out of respect for someone else. But you know, it's an idea to fizzle with, Devin. It really is. The idea of coming back, wrestling somebody. I mean, I guess the person's got to be right. The time's got to be right. I've never wrestled for DVW or MPW, but I think it would be dope. You know what I mean? I think it would be dope. It's something that I would definitely consider. You know what I mean? But at this point in time, you guys are the future of the business. You're the present of the business. We don't need Kevin Impact. I'm old. I'm an old man. It's a done deal. I've paid my dues. I've done my time. For Devin Key Loa, the Devin Key Loa, to say, you know, about me wrestling in DVW and MPW, that to me is a very it's a sign of respect from Devin to me. And Devin don't be giving me a shit ton of credit. That man don't be giving me at least when I'm around. I don't see him giving me a shit ton of credit. But here he is saying something like that. So I think it's a very respectful gesture, Devin. I really appreciate it. But what the hell is this on the screen? That ain't no damn JTV. Um, I really appreciate it, but I think I'm happy where I'm at. You know what I mean? Until further notice, once you keep cooking, you keep doing your shit. I don't know. Maybe I'll come after you in some of them tag titles. Maybe I'll come after your world title. You never know. But if I do it, I definitely want to earn it first. So if I was to do that, I want to work with Nick. I want to work with Barry. I want to work with Mark. I want to work with Colin. Work with Shen. Work with everybody that I can to see if I can get to you. That's how I would look at it. Well, Shen's not out there. You know what I mean? Shen, but all the rest of y'all that are out there, maybe OG. You know what I mean? You never know. Never know. One thing about this business, you never say never. What else y'all got? Can we get a VR Troopers movie? Says VIP. No. He also says I love to see Devin versus Impact. I think me and Devin could work really good together. I've been watching Devin in the ring, and every time I watch him, it surprises me how talented the guy is. So I give him credit. Are we going to see Kevin Impact return? Right now, the answer is no. Some say your last match should have been with VIP. I haven't heard a single soul say that. Nick Kaikan and Kevin Impact versus Devin Kilo and OG Weezy. Sounds like a pay-per-view match. Conscious. Special guest referee, Chris Third Eye Conscious. Nick says, you old, nah, man, you have a match or two left in you. I mean, for sure. You know what I'm saying? I probably got more than two matches left in me. I'm just at a point in my life where I'm happy where I'm at behind the scenes with Conscience and Miss J, and I'm having fun. And my interest now is making sure that I do a good job with DVW and MPW in terms of support, in terms of just when this fucking sucks, call it out. You know what I mean? But I'm not trying to do that anymore. I'm just trying to just be on board, be supportive, and be as helpful as I can. And then in JTV, be the creative guy, work with people, and do good shit. You know what I mean? And just that's it. The fucking the curtain will close. Kevin Impact will be a thing of the past, and Call would become something else. I'm sure Call is going to change when I'm not in it anymore, and when Ray is not in it anymore. But we have the memories. You know what I mean? We have laid down the foundation. Now everybody that has a car show in the future, some of these younger kids coming up from the newer generation, they're going to find JTV, they're going to find DVW, they're going to find MPW, and they're going to go, holy shit, I like these guys. These guys are talented. We are inspiring the next generation. And that's what I keep telling y'all that some people don't understand. Some people just want to be fucking selfish in this industry. There is no reason. You have to consider what we are doing. We should be getting along. We should be friends. We should be family because we are getting the next generation ready. They're going to go back and look at these shows, bro. People are going to go back and look at all these shows. You know what I mean? We'll be immortalized, if you will. So you have to understand that people will talk about us. You know what I mean? You got to do your best and you got to be a positive role model. And I believe in that type of shit. Maybe I'm corny for that, but I believe in that type of shit. And so it means a lot to me. And I think that uh, we just need to keep doing our thing. But I do appreciate the kind words. Nick, Moonlight Pro, sounds like a Wrestle Fandom match. For sure. For sure. Me considering the idea of that I haven't had a Wrestle Fandom match with MPW, DVW, it's something to think about. That should be in my career. It's definitely something to think about that I will keep in mind. Um, yes, sir. Good amount of matches. So I'll take whatever other questions y'all got. And I'll tell you what, since we're 16 minutes away from going into the 5 hour mark, I'm gonna stay here into the 5 hour mark and then I'm gonna close the show out. If y'all have more questions, if you don't have any more questions, we'll close out. In about 6 minutes, we'll close out. But any more questions, whatever you want to ask, whatever you want to say, or something you want me to talk about, you know what I mean? Um, as we get ready to close the show. I want to send a separate shout out, by the way, to Cody Justice. Um, I've known about Cody Justice for probably a couple years, but I don't really know the guy like that. You know, we started talking. He seems like a cool guy. Seems like he's just trying to get away from the dark side of call, and I don't blame him. And I'm happy, and I'm looking forward to giving him my opinion, possibly working with him. But I'm looking forward to possibly working with him, MPW wise, DBW wise, because he's DBW, you know, MPW. And um, one thing you're going to notice with the DVW, MPW guys that are going to be coming over to visit us here with the Forbidden Door being wide open, we are not going to be stealing anyone's talent. Devin Kiloa is DVW, MPW. Nick Kai Kent, Ray's another one. You know, Malcolm Barry's another one. You know, Cody Justice is another one. You know, OGs, quite a few names over in MPW and DVW. They've done a fantastic job. And we are not looking to steal anyone. I've grown tired for years and years and years of people leeching off of me and leeching off of Ray and leeching off of others in this industry, that we're not going to do that. These guys are going to be coming here. Yes, they're going to have the opportunity to win the JTV World Heavyweight Championship and to wrestle in JTV and all this other stuff, but they are MPW, DVW property talent, and it's going to stay that way. And when they are out here with us, it's going to be promoted that they are. You know what I mean? And that's how it should be. So I am just looking forward to all of it. I've been very happy with everything that's been going on. Like I said, um, it's just an exciting time for me and JTV and working with other talents and working with MPW and DVW. And if I got anybody mad with the things that I've said today, you know, sorry that I upset you, but you know, I am how I am. That's it. You know, I'm not gonna bullshit you. There's just no reason for it, you know. So we've kept a good crowd here today with this talk show, with this podcast. I wasn't sure how this was gonna work out. It's worked out very, very good, and I do appreciate that. And I want to show y'all all the love in the world for showing me all this love in the world. To anyone that feels like I've talked so long because it's been 5 hours, sorry that upsets you. You know what I mean? But on this channel, it's about passion, it's about love. We covered a lot of things today that needed to be covered. We said we was going to do that. I actually came on here without no script. I didn't know. I didn't know what I was going to talk about. I knew I was going to talk about AEW and WWE rosters, but besides that, I wasn't sure where else. I figured I'd take questions and whatnot and say thank you. And almost 5 hours later, we're still on the air with people tuning in and people still feeling the love and the passion. That's what's up. That's what's up. You know what I mean? So, oh, for sure, for sure. You know what I'm saying? You know that Kevin Impact statement, Nick. Um, absolutely conscious. JTV, MPW, DBW formed together like Voltron. I like that, but that's how it should be. You know what I mean? Absolutely. That's how it should be. All the promotions should respect each other. We should have a good relationship with each other. There's promoters out there who hate me and don't even know me. They don't even know me personally. They don't, we've never talked. And yet, because someone says something not truthful about me, they just bite into it. You know what I mean? I've heard things about people. I've heard things about people that is in our circle right now. And I'm still talking to them and I'm still getting to know them. You know what I mean? You have to try to get to know someone before you could do that. So it is what it is, man. You know what I mean? I'm not going to be the one to draw conclusions on people without not knowing them. I've heard things. There's people that I've been warned about before I signed them to a wrestling contract, and I still signed them just to see. And they turned out how I was told they were going to turn out, but I still had to find out. You know what I'm saying? Others, I didn't take a chance with. You know what I mean? So it is what it is at the end of the day. But I do believe all promotions should be working together and should respect each other. You know what I mean? And it is what it is. Some people just want to hate on you. There's times we'll post in certain communities. Some people will laugh, emoji react to some, just hate on us for no reason. I have no problem with that because I don't give a shit about their opinions. I mean, I keep on doing my thing. That's what I know. I don't give a fuck about nobody's opinion. All I care about is making sure that I put out the best product that I can and that all my associates and anybody working with me knows that I care about them and that we're straight and we're going to make history together. Fuck all that other noise. Because most of the time we get love. So, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. It is what it is. We just got to stick together. We'll be all right. The Hall of Fame is going to be one of the greatest JTV shows that have ever come out. The type of uh, stuff that we're preparing for y'all, every emotion will be felt at the Hall of Fame. You're going to laugh, you're going to cry, you're going to feel goosebumps, you're going to feel emotion, everything you're going to feel with the Hall of Fame. But this weekend show, we're back. JTV Wrestling's back this weekend. JTV Retro Slam. Um, it's going to be dope. It's going to be fantastic. I think you guys are going to love it. I hope you enjoy it thoroughly. And when the Hall of Fame coming out, I could tell you guys. Let me see. Should I say this? I'm not going to say. There's reasons I'm not going to say on the air, but we're not too far from getting ready to release the Hall of Fame. And once we're done with the Hall of Fame, we're going to be giving you 19, some more retro slam. You know, JTV 19 coming back. Big surprise that I can't tell y'all about because president of 19 Shendon is saving that surprise. So stay tuned for that. But we're working on something big for sure. Shendon is working on something big, but I'm working on some major things for the Hall of Fame. And we're going to go to Mega Rush. So we have a lot of things lined up. Chemical Warfare on pay-per-view. You know, it's just a lot going on. And MPW obviously is peaking, man, with DVW. You know, I mean, it doesn't matter what show it is now at this point. It's just thousands of views. And to me, that's a beautiful thing. So I'm happy. I'm very happy. I'm very proud and I'm excited because this is the part of call that I like. This is what I'm into. This is the place for me. This environment where we're not being toxic and we're not trying to stab each other in the back and we're not being fucking weird and we're not fucking inboxing minors and we're not selfish and we're not lying about each other. We're just working together. This is what I've been wanting for years. You know what I mean? Just to have a family like that, just for us to do our thing. You know what I mean? This family is closer to me than my own family. Okay. And I'm on the air saying that. I got people personal to me that have access to this channel. You know what I mean? And I'm having the fucking balls to come in on here and say that because I mean it. Why? Because it's my passion, because y'all have treated me better, all that. I could go on and on and on, but I don't want to get into that topic. You know what I mean? But it's meant a lot to me, man. It really has. Call is one of the greatest things that ever happened to me. I'm not gonna put those names on the screen, Nick, but you already know what you know, player. You know what I mean? And yeah, I mean, those are two guys right there that fit into some of the things I'm talking about. Yeah, absolutely. It's not just them; it's others. But yeah, those are two of the culprits. And yeah, I mean, we just gotta have fun. Let's just have fun. Let's just focus. Let's just do our thing. You know, MPW shattering records, DVW shattering records, JTV shattering records. This is what this industry is all about. It's not about like manipulative, toxic ass fucking cop promoters that are desperate for fucking ratings or, you know, someone who doesn't know how to treat family members, somebody who just want to control everybody, manipulate everybody, or tell everybody what to do. I'm supposed to do that in JTV, and I direct talent to what we need done. I don't make it my mission to go to Mark and say, "Oh, you got to be this gimmick." You know what I mean? Like it's what wrestling should be. Devin Kiloa had haters. Nick Kai Ken got haters. Mark Bennett had haters. Shannon had haters. Corey Flash had haters. Ray Nakai had haters. Kevin Impact had haters. Chris Conscience had hella haters for no reason. People who didn't know what to do with this man. Meanwhile, he walked into JTV and we recognize who he is. He's a fucking legend in call, just like Ray. These guys are legends, icons of the business. Going back into the 2K era, the 2K14s and all that shit, 2K15 and 16. They're to be respected, treated with respect. You don't fucking treat them like shit, you know? People that are subscribed to this fucking channel that watch us, that know who they are. You know who you are. This is about the art form. You know what I mean? And there's been a lot of people in the industry that have been successful, and hey, more power to you from the box office hit. More strength to you. But if you're in a position of power and a role of influence, maybe you should make it your mission to tell better stories, to treat people better, to respect people better. That matters more to me than the fucking show itself. Because if I didn't respect all these men and women who do this shit with me for years, they hold this channel up, they hold DVW and MPW up, the fuck am I doing here? Why would I bother? It's all lost. And if I'm such an evil, conniving, manipulative piece of shit and all this, what's the deal with all these people? Why do all these people fucking love me? Why don't we ever see any evidence of this actual toxicity of me? Because it doesn't fucking exist. And you motherfuckers are gonna live a million lifetimes and you'll die a million lifetimes waiting for it to come out, and it will not. It's not gonna fucking come out because I'm not into the shit. No, thank you. There is no point. I'm an old man. I'm not into the shit. I'm here to have fun. I'm here to tell stories, and I'm here to make an impact. And if you can, try to top that. Look at that. Like Nick just said, top that, bitches. You damn right. We getting ready to close this thing out, man. God bless y'all. God bless y'all family. I hope y'all have a good weekend with the JTV show, Retro Slam. And I hope that your weekend goes good. Big shout out to Dan Rapture, who's going through it right now. We feel you, homie. You know, hang in there. You're going to get by. One thing you're going to learn in life is that no matter what, God got your back. Chris Conscience is right there. Put this up because I like this comment. Chris Conscience has been through a lot in his life. A lot. And he realized what's important. So when I get to talk to my brother and he tells his stories, there's a reason I tell y'all to quiet down and let that man speak. That's an actual hero. You know what I mean? And I don't know. It's just crazy how people treat each other. I wish that it was different. That's all. We need to do better. We need to treat each other better. That's the message that I want to convey to everybody. Care about your people, take care of your people, respect them. Love your family. All of y'all on JTV, DVW, MPW going through some shit with your parents, with your lovers, with your family, the shit that you've been through that you know you didn't deserve to go through that. Everything that's ever happened to you, fuck all that. And whatever's happening to you, I hope it gets better. I hope things work out. Stay positive, stay good, make shit happen, work towards better progress. You know what I'm saying? Conscience says, respect the art and the artist that got love for the game of the art. That's an excellent quote. And that's how we're going to end the show right there. We're going to end the show right with that quote. Thank y'all for watching. Like, comment, subscribe, and share. God bless y'all. See y'all this weekend. Top that.